intend to build a stunning and beautiful web application with minimal effort, you have clicked on the right video. So today we are going to be diving into Tailwind CSS, a revolutionary tool that is changing the styling game, which is used by top companies like OpenAI, Looms, Shopify, and many more. Make sure to watch this video to the end so you not only master the foundation of Tailwind CSS, but also build this amazing stunning AI website ready to improve your portfolio and chances of landing a job. Tailwind CSS can be used in any web framework, but I recommend using Tailwind CSS with a component library like Shanty UI. If you have not used Shanty UI before, I have a course on it. The link to the course is in the description below. So in this video, I will also go through the Tailwind CSS installation process for Vite, Gatsby, Astro, Vue, and Next.js. There are timestamps in the video. If you want to skip to a specific framework, then move to the crash course and then build our website. So if you're new here or you've already here, like this video, share, subscribe, comment, and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on our next video. Right. So let's see how we can set up Tailwind CSS in Vite React. So the first thing we're going to do is to install Vite. So I've already opened my VSCode with an empty folder called Vite apps. Then inside it, we're going to create and install Vite inside it, or Vite, whatever you can call it. So I'm just going to paste this and make sure to put the other period here to install in this directory. So once I click on enter, it should install Vite into this folder. So you're going to click on yes and press enter. So it will start installing. So once installed, so let's select React here. I'll select TypeScript. Then what I can do here is to just press npm install. So I'll just press the npm install and it should install all the packages. So the packages have installed completely. So the next thing to do is to, if you install Tailwind CSS, post CSS and not prefixer as a dev dependency. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just put my npm install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, auto prefixer. So I'm going to click to install them. So if you start installing the package as a dev dependency, if you just wait for some minutes and it should get done with it. So that has quickly installed. So the next thing to do is to initialize Tailwind CSS so we can have a Tailwind CSS config. So I've just used npx Tailwind CSS init and put in the -p, then click to enter. So you should create our Tailwind CSS here, Tailwind CSS config here, and also the post CSS config. So it has actually created them. So the next thing we're going to do is we need to go into the TS config. So click on it. We need to change some things there. We need to add in. So let's go into this place. Let me close this. So I think this is important. Is using the TS config node.js. So let's go inside here and let's come here. And I'll just come down to this place and just put in some comma here, and I'll just add in something here called the base URL. So I just put in dots, put in comma, then put in parts. Then I'll just put in @ and an asterisk here. Then once I put that, then it should link to SRC folder. So /SRC folder asterisk. So let me use double quotes here. So SRC. So once you've done that, the next thing to do is to come to our terminal and let's install another dev package called the pipe node. So I just put in npm dev, then put in the @ pipe slash node uninstall. This should install the type node so actually can be able to find files in our source directory. So let's clear this. So the next thing to do is to come over to the Vite config. And inside here, we need to add in some parts here so that we can be able to identify the ads here. So just come over here and let's put in the resolve. So once you put it, let's put the aliases. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find add sign and put a replacement, then parts. So make sure to import that. Then put in .resolve. I'm going to put in a directory src. So once that is done, we can put in comma and we can put in server ports. So I'm going to put in port 3000. And once that is done, we should be able to go into our app.ts folder because we've done all the installation and the configuration we need to do. So let's go over to inside here and let's select the app.txt and let's remove this whole boilerplate code. So I'm going to come here. Let me close this. Let me remove all this. So I remove everything here. So what I want to do now is let me just add in like a section. Remove all this. So once I remove it, I will need to put in some other components to know that Tailwind CSS is working. So let me look at the CSS file. Is there any index? No. So I think also in the index of CSS which we opened, we need to put this here. So make sure to paste this inside your index of CSS file. Now once you've done that, we need to also come to your tailwind.config.js and let's add in this part, this src json and index.html. So just adding this part into the contents inside the tailwind.config. And once that is done, let's go over to pop.txt and I'm going to paste in this code here. I'm going to explain it. It's just a simple but the code. So I'm just going to close this tab. So what I did here was to set the width to full, height, screen, flex, item, CSS, justify center, width auto, padding, horizontal, left and right to try. You can see it at the top, then PY, top and bottom, then border radius, and this. So we want to confirm that Tailwind CSS is working in Vite. So let's go over to our terminal and let's clear this. And once we clear this, we should be able to install everything. I mean, just not install, to run the server. Let's run npm run dev. And let's see that Tailwind CSS is actually working. So it should load in local 3000 because I said that. So let me copy it and then let me open it here. So you see that Tailwind CSS is actually working. So let's move on to the next one. So let's see how to get to working in Gatsby. So there are two ways to set up Gatsby app with Tailwind CSS. The first one is to use the npm init Gatsby. So let me just put an npm init Gatsby. So this one is one that automatically adds Tailwind CSS when you select the option. So you don't need to install Tailwind CSS manually. But the second one is the one you need to install Tailwind CSS manually, and that's what we're going to talk about in this project. So let's clear this and let's put in Gatsby, and put in new. So let's put in the period and let's press enter. So if you install it, create a project and install it. So forget about this unknown error. You should clone it into it, and it will use a default starter template for us. So give me some time to install all the packages, and then we move on to install the Tailwind CSS, Post CSS Auto Prefixer, and the Gatsby plugin for Post CSS. So we're going to wait for it to install. So it has already completed the installation. Then just this error is because of Git. So let me just clear this and let's install the Tailwind CSS packages. It's a dev dependency as well. So just put in npm install dev dependency Tailwind CSS all CSS auto prefixer and then Gatsby plugin. And post CSS. So once you've done that, you can now press in enter. So npm dev dependency Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer Gatsby plugin, let's press enter, and if you install all these packages or dev dependency, then we'll go ahead and initialize our Tailwind.css. So it should take some minutes and to install all these. So let's wait for it to install. So we've already installed the packages completely. So the next thing to do is to npx initialize Tailwind CSS to create our Tailwind config. So I'm going to do Tailwind CSS init/p and press enter. So it should install all those packages for us. So once it has created our Tailwind config, we can go into Tailwind config, and inside here, let's pass in this the source directory path and the components path. So once we've done that, the next thing we're going to do is to go into our Gatsby config and let's add in the plugin. So just add this in it. So once you are done with that, the next thing to do is to import should come to our import Tailwind CSS, or I say no, global CSS. Looking for global CSS here. SLC global CSS. So let me just create a style here. STYLES styles. Let me create global CSS inside here. Global CSS. And then this should be able to. So once we've created that, the next thing to do is just to paste this inside our global.css file. And once we've pasted that, we need to go into the Gatsby browser to import the style. So let's go into the Gatsby browser and let's just import things here. Let's just do import. We're putting those SLC / styles and global CSS and save that. So once you save that, we've completed the configuration for Gatsby. So the next thing is to go into the page folder and let's go into index.html. Let's also JX. And let's just clear all this stuff. Clear all this. And just clear this. Don't need layers. So let me put in section. So I'm going to put in section and then let me put in the button style the same way we did for Vite. So just the same. So I'm just going to come over here and let me just open this thing back and then place this thing here. So let me just copy that. So this is just simple. The width of full 100%, 100 VH, the flex item center, justify content center, width auto, E, padding left right 2 rm, and padding y 3 round, let's border radius, and then the blue color. So once we're done, let's run our server. So let me just run this. I'm going to put npm. So let me put npm run develop, npm run develop, and let's see how this is going to work. So if you run our server, such command, this same warning, depreciation warning, should wait for a while. Okay. Just compiling our Gatsby files. And you should see some lot of warning. So I just take that and just pick what's the address. Just compiling it. So let's wait. Let's wait. So I've finished loading the server. So let me just open it in the browser. Localhost 8000. And let's load it and see. You see that Gatsby is Tailwind CSS is working fine in Gatsby. So if I change this, test it more, change it to red, and if you change to red. So that is so we're moving to the next one, which is so let's see how to create and how to install Tailwind CSS in Astro. So what I'm going to do first is to create an Astro app. So I'm going to use npm create Astro at latest. Let me start as the parent directory. So I'm going to zoom this in. Then I'm going to select an empty project. Then I'm going to select TypeScript here, straight recommended. Yes. No. So we should install all this in. So while it's installed, you can wait for it to install. So once you've installed it, or if you had problem with installing it, you can remove the dot and just run npm create astro latest. So it will ask you for the directory. Then you can use the dot slash to solve that problem. Then select any empty or any of the projects or templates that was asked. Then once that's done, this is GitHub issue. Then just to quickly npm install all the packages. So once that is done, the next thing to do is to initialize and also install the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to just paste this here, and then we're going to add in Tailwind CSS. So let me just press enter, and it should initialize and add Tailwind CSS together. So let's see, let's wait for some minutes for it to run. Then, so I'm going to say yes. So that should run it, and it should have the CSS installed. So I'll just wait for some minutes for it to install. So the first one, let me edit again. So if you resolve the packages and then okay, let's do the same thing we did before. Yes. Install the dependency and ask us to create and also ask us to add the parts, the Tailwind CSS inside the Astro config. I'll say yes. So that is set up. So the next thing we can do is to go to our index.astro and also let's check in the table config to see that everything is put in place here. So we have the content part there. Then click on the Astro index and let me close this. And then so I can come inside here and I'll remove this and put in this. So let me just session. Remove the class name and use class. But this is an Astro project. So let me format them. And when I save it, so the next thing to do is to let's run our server. So I'm going to clear this terminal and let's run npm run dev. So you should run this server and you can confirm. You should be able to confirm if Tailwind CSS is actually working in Astro. So it has given us the locals and the port number. So let me just paste it on the browser and let's see. So we can confirm that Tailwind CSS is working in Astro. Once I change it to red and save that, totally changed. So let's move on to the next one. Okay guys, let's see how to make CSS working in Nuxt Vue.js backend framework. So the first thing I'm going to do is to initialize the Nuxt package. So I'm going to open my terminal and let me close this side and paste this. So I'm actually using npx Nuxt install. So I'm using that same dot to install in that directory. So we're going to wait some time for it to install the packages. Then once that is done, we are going to now add in our Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to use npm. We should install the packages, and once that is done, we'll be able to add in our Tailwind CSS. So let's wait for some while. So it has installed. It's asking for to initialize Git repository. So I'm going to let no. And that has installed our package. So the next thing to do now is to let me paste this to install Tailwind CSS. So let me first of all clear this here and install this. So that is going to install all the Tailwind CSS dev packages. So once that is done, the next thing to do is to initialize the Tailwind CSS so we can be able to see the Tailwind config. So I'm going to use the npx Tailwind CSS init. So that should add the Tailwind CSS package. So we have the Tailwind config here, and the next thing to do is let's go over to the Nuxt config first, and let's add this. Let me add in some comma and then paste this here. So let me remove this comment. So this is just to add in the plugin to Nuxt so that it can recognize the Tailwind CSS and auto prefixer. So the next thing we're going to do is to go into our table config and let's add in the path. So I'm going to come to your table config. So this is here. Then go into the content and let's add this. So once what we did is to add a component layout page plugin and the app.viewed. So once that is done, let's go over to our where is the main.css. So let's just click there. So I can't find the main.css. So what I'm going to do, let me create a directory. I'll call this assets, then CSS. So inside there, I'm going to create a main.css. So once you've created that, the next thing to do is to add in the Tailwind CSS derivative. So I'm going to add it here and save that. And once we've added it, we need to import it into a Nuxt config so that Nuxt will actually know where our CSS is located. So I'm going to just come down here and do put in CSS. I'll put in, let me put it, and let me use slash assets slash main CSS. CSS. Let me put in this. So once that is done, we've completed the configuration for and setup for Tailwind CSS in Nuxt VJS framework. So I'm going to come to the app.view. I'm going to clear out all this. So let me clear everything inside here. Let me do this. Let me move it. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to add in some boilerplate code here. So let me add that. So inside the template, I'm going to open the tab and I'm going to add this. Let me just close this first. So you can see that it's we adding the width 200. I mean the width full, the height, screen, flex, item center, justify center. Everything is showing. The CSS in the last CSS is showing up here. So we have the width auto, the padding left, padding right, which is EX8, and we have the PY. This is also top and bottom. Border radius large, uh, background color, and the text white. So what we're going to do now is to run the server. So I'm going to run the server now. So let me run npm run dev. We should run our server in localhost 3000. So let me copy that and then open it here. If you see Astro, as Nuxt, I was going to change everything. Okay, let's wait for it to be done. CSS is not showing. The background color is not showing. So let me confirm this. The CSS is not really showing yet. Oh, right. So I've seen the issue. I just had to just change it from green to red. So I just wanted the compiler to run it and set it back and the green. Sure, because those CSS was actually working with the height and fix and item center. It's just the button that I was worried about. So that is it for installing setting up Tailwind CSS in Nuxt Vue.js framework. So let's move on to the next one. So let's see how to get Tailwind CSS working in Next.js. So what I can do here is to come over to my terminal and let me open it and let's add in Next.js. So I'm going to paste this npx create next app latest. and I'm using this directory Next.js app. So let me press enter to initialize and install Next.js now inside our directory. So once that is that, we're going to then add in the dev dependency that is the Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto producer. So let me ask, okay, let me see, yes. So let me use this. I'm not going to use this. This is actually installing the Tailwind CSS for us, so there's no need for us to add in Tailwind CSS anymore. So so we can see that it has initialized both the Tailwind CSS there, and so once that has installed, then we can move on to the next one. So we're waiting for it to install, and let's confirm that our paths are here are correct. Yeah, they're correct, yes. So we have the paths, the component, and the app. So we wait for some time for it to install Next.js completely. Tailwind CSS is quicker with Next.js. So let's also make sure that the global CSS has the Tailwind CSS derivative. Yes, we also have it there. They have it page.ts because we don't need to do any other thing again. Next.js has covered everything for us that we need to do. So let's go into the page.ts and let me remove all this boilerplate code. Let me just remove everything where the main is. So Next.js has successfully installed in our directory. So let's continue. I'm going to add in this simple code. So this is just specifying the width, the full width, the page 100 VH, flex, item center, justify content center, width auto, padding excess, left and right, the padding wide, padding top and bottom, the round, there's the border radius, the background color, and the text. So I think we've fully added in the CSS and signature. So I'll just come to my terminal and let's run this server npm run dev. So you should run our server and I will take the localhost 3000 and open it in the browser to confirm that everything is actually working. So we are running the server. If you compile there, it has given us the button. So let me change it to blue and let's see. So blue. So Tailwind CSS is working in Next.js, and that's to confirm that everything is actually working fine. So what we're going to do next now is to move on to the crash course where we talk about the CSS. We're going to talk about the colors, reflects the layouts, that reflects the grid, the font typography, and so on. So we're going to go over there, and once we are done with the crash course, we'll move to the project which we're going, the landing page project which we're going to build. So let's move on to the crash course now. All right, like I said earlier on, we're going to learn about the CSS and how to use it, like also the flex, grid, border, theme, etc. Some of the classes that the CSS provide us with. So the first one I want to talk about now is let's come over to our code. So I'm using Next.js for this crash course. You can use any of the framework we've talked about or the one that you prefer. All are still the same thing. So I'm going to remove everything so that we can start from afresh. So let me remove all the styling and let's say so you should clear out the button. Everything should stop here. So the first thing I want to do now is talk about is the colors. So Tailwind CSS give us a big palette of colors which can be used in our code. Each color has a level from 50 to 900. So let's say that we would like to use, for instance, let's use a color here. So I can come over to my code here and I can put in H1 and let's put in hello world. So when I save that, if you see hello world appear there. So let me add in a class. I'm adding my class. So once I add in a class, I want to add in a color. So what can I do here is to simply add in. So let me put in, I'll just put in a text color. So also adding a text color, just add in text, and Tailwind CSS should give me an autocomplete. So in order to get this autocomplete, just come over to your extension and type in Tailwind CSS. So if you see the one from Tailwind Lab, click on it and then install it. So it should give you the license will just give you the autocomplete once you type in it. So I'm going to just come here and I'm going to put in my color. So, like I said, Tailwind CSS has given us color ranging from 50 to 900. So I'm going to show you the color is showing by your right side. So I'm going to select red. So let me say test red. If you see 50, and when I scroll, so I think red is more than 900. Red is 950. So we have other. So let's pick in red 500, and when I save, my text color here has changed to red. So that's it. So we can use the colors that Tailwind CSS provide us with. There are so many. Or sometimes you might want to use in our brand color, which Tailwind CSS might not have, like a different color, lemon, different ones. So Tailwind CSS also provide us a way to write custom colors. So the way to write custom colors is to just clear this and let's just put in everything, anything custom should be in the brackets. So I'm going to just put in a color here. I'll put in H and I'm putting A2FO. FO. If you see that it has showed the color here, so this is a purple color. And we can see when I hover over it, you see Tailwind CSS using the color in a CSS file, which has been generated. So we can see that Tailwind CSS can be used with custom color, and not only the hexa format, you can use the RGB. So I can also come here and write RGB A, the one that even have opacity, RGBA. Then let me put in the same purple color. Okay, so you can find this color online. There's so many places you can get colors. So I'm just the ones that I've written. So let me save that. You should see this is a red color. And we can see that we use the hex and we use the RGBA and both actually work. So the next one we're going to talk about now is since we for the text color, we're going to look at the background color. So let me remove this. So in order to get a background color, I'm going to set text color to white. Then let me use the background color of green. Like I said, different colors. You can check the Tailwind CSS official doc. You should see a lot of colors there. I'll just select 500. And once I save that, you see that we have the green color as the background and we have the text color white as the text color. So another thing again that Tailwind CSS was giving us again that I don't think you guys actually know, people actually know, or by using is the way we use RGBA in colors. We can also use opacity to Tailwind CSS. So the way to add opacity to Tailwind CSS, like let's say this background color is green and it's somehow deep. So we want it to be lighter. So I can come to where I see 500. Let me close this. Where I see 500 and let me zoom this. Let me zoom in. So I believe you can see it now very clearly. So let me see that. So like I said, I need to add opacity here. So I can come to where we have this 500 and I can put in, I can still work in the white. So I'll just put in a slash. And you see that TailwindCSS is giving us a different range of numbers attached to it. So these numbers are like the 59 is 0 0.5, 0 0.5, 0.45. Yeah, so if I look at it, let me hover over it. You should see, let me select one there. And let me select 50. And when I hover over it, you should see 0 0.5 and the RGB slash the opacity there. So if I change it to 40, you should see 0 0.4. If I change it to 45, you should see 0 0.45. So let me save it and let's see. So I'm going to save it. And we should see that the color has changed. If I change it to 10, you see the color has changed. 20, the color has changed. So also this background color, this opacity we have, we can use a custom here. So I'm going to change it to 55. You should see that it also works when you even use custom opacity for it. So that's it for that. So the next thing also is we need to talk about the background color. We can also use the custom way too for background color, the way we talked about for the text color. We can use it. So I'm going to use the same color I use for the text color. So I'm going to use that same purple and we should see it works. So you can use custom color too for your background color on Tailwind CSS. So BG dash the square and which takes in. But if you want to use the Tailwind CSS main colors that it has, you can just use your dash and green or red or whatever you want. Also for this custom color, you can also add the slash 50 here, the opacity, and if you add that opacity to it, you can see it's 0.5, 0.5. So it works with it, with both the custom, the CSS color. So let me break this. So let me break this on there. Okay. So the next one we're going to talk about now is not the text color, neither is it the background color, but the background gradient. So most people are seeing a lot of gradients on things in CSS, but sometimes it's hard to understand how it works. So I'm going to explain everything how it works. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take away this background color here, and I'm going to simply add in BG. Let me add a space. BG gradient. So I'll just add in the gradient. So you should see that gradient has given us different options. So we have so what the gradient does is it's telling us where do we want the gradient to start from. So it has a starting point and ending point. So the start from is called from, and the to is the ending point. So we have this the gradient to T right is top right. The one I'm selecting here is just the top. So this one is the right, this is the bottom right, this is the bottom, this is the bottom left, this is left, and this is top left. So I'm going to select right. So I want this gradient to start from my left to my right. So what I can do is simple. I've told CSS how I want my gradient to be. Now I need to give it the colors it require. So from the left is the from. So I'm going to say from blue 500. I'm using CSS colors here. You can also use your custom color. So just know that you can use your custom color if you prefer. You should see it to work. So let me use the Tailwind CSS color 500. Then let me add in a space and put in two. So what does two is? Two is here the color, the ending color. So I'm going to use pink 500. And when I save, you can see that the gradients are shown. So we have from the blue, the pink. so that everything works very, very. So we should check another option that Gradients also has. So the Gradient also has different way the I think this is a linear gradient, and if I select, okay, it's complaining. Let me. Okay. So I think this is fine. So there's another thing again in these gradients we need to talk about, which is quite very, very important. Which is quite so. Remember, I mentioned that the gradients are from to two. Sometimes you might want to add more than one colors here to the gradient. So to add the third color, let's say that color should be in the middle. We can use a via. So via is like telling the says, okay, add this stop and this in between the from and the to. So I can do that and use a purple color, and let me use 500. And once I save that, you should see purple here. I don't know whether you can see it's visible, or let me dim it. Let me see 800, and you should see the purple here at this point here. So the other option again that I have is we can use from. You can say from, and you can use percentage here. I can give it let me say 50%. And once I say that, we should see that it's brightening the color more. If I give it 90, it's expanding the color. The area it's occupying is more. So if I go 10%, if I give it 0%, if I give it 2%, then I can come here and see the tool. We take you can see 5% here. So this 5% you're seeing here, it means the gradient position 5% here. So let me add it. Let me use 50%. Let me see providers with. So if I use custom 50%, I know why it's different. Okay. Let me use 5%. It's the same thing. So I can also do that with the via. And everything should work. So that is how to use the from to increase the length and the spacing the area should occupy, the area the particular color should occupy. So that's how to use. So another example is to understand that also the background has a called background opacity. So let me break this down. So I can from here just put in the background opacity. We should see that this also give us the background opacity, and you should see the flaws here. I mean the values here 0.4 whatever. So if I put in 0.5, let me remove this clear color for now. Let me leave it for you guys to see. So you can add this. Let me put this as 5%, 5. I think this thing works with only it's not working with the gradients. Let me try it with the normal color. Let me use 500. I'll just put the gradient back. So let me see. Then so it works with the it does not work with the gradients. It works with only the default color. So let me say this is a button and we have let me give it like the full percent, let me say 100%, 100 opacity. We can use, let's say we want to make it like a button. When you hover, it give a slight kind of reduced opacity. So we can use the over when you select the hover. So this is the pseudo code. So I'm going to just put in the background color, BG. So opacity can, the hover can work with any classes. So you're telling the CSS that okay, this should work when the person hover over something. So let me put this on. Let me give for example. I'm going to put 90. So save that. And once I hover, you should see that slight opacity reduction. So this is how you do it. So let me add those background back. Let me add the gradient back and think of explain this opacity if it's background color or background and background color and background opacity. So let me paste this back. So we're going to give an example here. So what I want to do now is to show you how to use what they call background BG clip. So this is for background color. So I will just put in here, I'm using the gradient. So I'm going to put in BG clip text. Now once I do that, I'm going to now set the text color. I don't want it to be white. So let's say I want the text color instead of white and I want it to be transparent. I can use text transparent. Very easy. So don't you see this is very, very easy. Then let me change this my color. Let me remove the VR and I want to change this thing from blue to, let me use pink 500. Just want to show something. Okay, let me leave the blue. Now when I save, you should see this the color, the background color has reflected here. Just take off the, you can see the gradient here, so beautiful because we use this clip background clip text. Once I remove it, you should see the background color. So once I clip it to the text, it has clipped the background color to the text. So I can use a different color, pink and violet. You should see. This is beautiful. So this is how to use this in Tailwind CSS. So we're done with the gradients. We've talked about the border, the text color, how to use text custom color, how to use the text transparent. We have talked about background color using and let me say default colors. It's background with BG. I've used background color with custom background color. We've talked about background with opacity, the opacity that comes with Tailwind. So you can use custom opacity, which is the slash we have here. So we've talked about gradient, how to use BG gradient from the left to the right. We can also use from top right, change the positioning of the where the gradient is from and top. So we set the form color, the top color, and we also set if you want to add more stop, you can use the via 500 and it should add the color to the gradient. So that is it for gradients. We're moving over to borders. So I'm going to clear all this and let me change this back to white. So the text now is white. So what we're going to do now is to add in our border. Let's say we want to add in border around the text. I'm going to put in border. So when I said border, I just say border. Then with CSS, we have first of all, we can give border. The first thing we want to give a border is the width or the thickness of the border. Let me say the width of the border. So I can set border. So by default, if you set border, and it is giving it, CSS to give it a width of 1 pixel. So you can now set the border here 4 to increase the width of the border. So now to set border for only the bottom, this is for the X, left and right. You should say left and right. And this is for top. This is for right. This is for left. And this is for bottom. So to add in the border color from white, we can change the border color from this to, we can use the green 500. And to change the border color. So we can also use opacity too in border color. So the same way we did it for colors, we can add in the slash and put 50 or use a custom opacity here, 0.55. And if you save that, it should reflect. So let me see why it's not reflecting. Okay. Let me reload this and see. Okay, yeah, it's reflecting. So you can see the opacity has reduced. So let me just set it to 1 and it should brighten up. So that is it for border colors and borders. So we're moving up next to what we know as rings in Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS has something called rings. It's basically like using the box shadow, the outline, giving a particular element a outer shadow around it. So let's go, for example, let me clear this border and let's use rings. Sometimes you see it. Look at the Tailwind CSS doc. You have something called the rings for the button. Like when you hover over a button, you can see a shadow, a border, a box shadow around it. So that is what rings is. So I'm just going to put in rings here. So if I put in rings, we can see inside there it's using the box shadow and some shadows around it here. So that is it. Then I'm going to give it, let me save this. Then we should see that it has given this a box. Let me add in some padding here so we can be able to see clearly. I'm going to put in padding of 10. So we can see it has given it a box shadow around it. Then I can set the width of this. I can set it to 1. Look at it. I can set it to 4. And I can set it to 2. So any width you want to give it. Then I can add in the color I want it to have. I can put pink 500 and save it. And it should change the box color to 500. Then also I can do, for instance, I can use the same pseudo, then add in rings blue 500. And once I hover over it, it should change the color. So basically that is how it works. Then we have another class attached to rings, which is the ring offset. So it's basically used to create a gap between an element and the border. So I can let me just put this to 2, for instance, and then let's add in a ring offset and put in 2 here. We should see that it's giving it a, let me move this over. So stratus. So we can see the white background around it. So it's giving us a white background around it. So it's giving us a spacing. So to change the color, we can use ring offset, then put in the color. Let's put in the color, let me say blue. Okay, let me give it 500. And we can see the color. I can just change it to transparent and it should disappear. So you'll not be able to see the space. It has already space in there. So we can use that for the offset. And we can also change the color of the rings. So we also have another class which rings also has is the ring inset. So what does this ring inset does is like it places the ring inside the element. So inside the element border, I mean, rather than outside. So outside, normally the ring is always outside the border, but now it's putting it inside. So I'll just put a rings inside. And we can see that this is, you can see now is adding the ring inside it. So let me just put in some color here. Inside. So let me remove this offset. And let it, you can see that now the border, the rings is touching the text now. But when if we remove the ring insert and you save it, you see that it is like how it's not actually close to it here. But if I add that, let me add it. Ring. I'm over it. You should see it touching the text. So I'm going to give you another example of the range before we move over to assign color and wrap up its colors. So I'm going to paste in a code here. So I'm going to explain it. Let me change this to class name. So let me add in some spacing here. So this is a padding of left and right. So basically, I just want to create a button. This is a background color, text color, the rounded. So this is a border radius, medium. So we can use a custom here to just put it 5 or 15 pixels and it should reflect it. Then so this is where we are using the rings. So I want when I hover over this button, let a ring to. So and I've given it a lesser lighter color. So let me hover. You should see the rings is appearing around the button. So this is majorly where we can use rings to. Let me change this to 2. So this is an example of where we use ring. We use ring usually when we want to hover over a button, an input field. So this is another example with an input field. We say we want a border here of with 1 pixel, and the color of the border. We've put it around the border radius. Then we don't want it to show an outline, so we'll set the outline to none when we focus on it. Focus is when your mouse is active on the input. Then I want when it's focused, like when you want to type in on a login form or sign up form, you have to click on the input field to type. So when I click on it to type, it gives me this board this way bring here outline color. You can see when I move out, you can see that. So basically that's how to use ring. Um so that's how to use the ring. I'll paste in under example. So let me just remove it. So I wanted to show, let me see. Don't come, let me close this. Let me see this. So this is a checkbox. And now I'm setting the checkbox with a height of 5 and the width of 5. Then I set the text color to red. So now I'm setting the ring to 0. So I don't want it to have a ring around it, a box shadow, or you can call it outline around it when it's not yet active. So when it's not yet focused. So when it's focused, I want the ring to be 2 and the ring color should be 500 red. So once I been active on this, we should see the ring color here. So this is another example of how to use it. So just put in the radius. So this is how it is. This might not be a better example, but at least you can know where the ring always stays when what is the function of the rings in Tailwind CSS. So let's move on to the next one. Let me clear all this. Just clear this. I'll comment this. Let me comment this back. So now, like, let me remove the rings. We are done with the rings. I'll just comment this ring and just paste it down here. Remove this. So we are back to the previous one. Yeah. So now, I've always talked about when you want to use a brand color, or we're trying to use the BG, the having custom color. So there's a better way. There's another way to do it in Next. I mean in Tailwind CSS is to use the extension. So I'll just leave this like this. Let me click here. So just come over to your Tailwind config and so so I'm going to be able to, let's go to our Tailwind config and let's add in an extension. So I'm going to click it, yeah. I'm going to add in colors. And let me open a bracket and let me add in a value. So let me call this like a brand color. Let me add in a O. Let me add in. So I think that has been set. So what I can do now is I can use this color anywhere with any classes that Tailwind CSS has. So I can come here and use a brand. I'll just put in brand and it should show our brand color. So I'll just save that and it should reflect. So if you have multiple like different levels of your brand color, you can just simply come here, open the bracket, and let me say I put 500 and I paste this. So the brand color is not going to work directly. Then I have to put in dash and I put in my 500 and the brand color should work. So the brand color can work with anything. 500. Save that and I'm going to put in the border and I can put in the brand 500. Let me remove the background and I'll save that. Let me put in the border here. And you see, so we can use it any places, even in the rings. Let me add in rings. So, and let me put in ring. Let me put in ring here, ring 500, and we should see the ring showing there. So we can use custom colors instead of using the other way around by using the square bracket. We can just set the color inside our custom Tailwind config file in the extend thing. Then add it there, and we can use it in anywhere around using any classes that Tailwind CSS provide us with. So that is it for colors in Tailwind CSS. So let's talk about the font, the typography in Tailwind CSS, which is also in the documentation. If you go to documentation and scroll down, you will see typography listed there. We have the font family, font size, and other part of it. So I'm going to talk about typography. So first thing I'm going to discuss here is the font family. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to clear this. Let me clear this P. Let's use a P tag. So I'm going to set in a value. Well, let me just leave it, and let me just change this to P. Text white. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm going to set it. So to set font family in Tailwind CSS is very easy. So it's simply writing the font value, and you should see several font that comes in between, that comes inbuilt with the Tailwind CSS. But if you use the font one, let me try and refresh this. Okay, it has reflect here, and if you hover over it, you can see the font that is being labeled there. If I click another font like the mono, you should see that the font has changed. The font has changed. So to use external font like Google Fonts in our application is very simple. So let me just come over to here, come to where I have my CSS file. Okay. Okay, let me do it in my CSS file. So I'm going to come here. Let me import Google Font. So I've imported Google Font here, which is the Robo font from Google Font. So what I can do here now is to simply add the font to Tailwind CSS. So for me to add it to Tailwind CSS, I need to go to the extension where we have the extension. So let me do that now. I'm going to go to where we have the Tailwind config, and where we have the extension, I can add in. So let me remove this. So I've added the font family. This is a Roboto font. I've added the font family here. So for me to use it now, I will go to my code. Let me go to my code and let me remove the mono, and let me log it here. I should see Roboto here. And when I select Roboto, it should work. So Roboto has worked properly. So in Next.js, normally we have a way font work in Next.js. So Next.js has a built-in Google font that uses the inter here. Uses the inter and set the inter class. So you can use for Next.js, it's easy to use from Google font directly in code. But since if you're using another framework that does not have that flexibility, we can use Tailwind CSS to use the font. So let me go back to where we are, and we've seen how to use the font family. So I'm going to also take you now how to the text sizes that we have. So this is the text one. So I want to show you now. Tailwind CSS come with different text sizes inbuilt. You should come down here, and here you see XX, you should see font size. So the font size here also add in a length, line height, I mean to say. So we have the extra small, we have the small, we have the base, we have the large, we have the, so if I put extra small, it should small, and if I put more here, and if I put in large, I think medium, there's no medium, or only large, base, small base, and large. And if you want to set a font, like you want to use the importance the way we normally do it in Tailwind CSS. Okay, so like I said, to add the importance to any class in Tailwind CSS, you can use the sign here, and to set it to importance. Let me say you add in a particular font that is not reflecting, and you want to use a new font, you can just use it. You can see that it has added the importance inside in each of the value here. See the font side also has the important line height. So that's it for that. So another thing to talk about is the custom. You can use custom fonts here. I can use fonts 14 pixel. I can use 25. And it show up. Let me refresh it. You can see that it has reflects. Let me set it back to 14. And also font, we also have a way to make a font bold. So we have the font family, the text size, then the font bold. So you can use that same font. And if I scroll down, you should see different font weights here. We have the fonting, extra large, light, normal, medium, semi-bold. So I can pick anyone. Let me use bold. Bold is 700, semi 600. So let me use bold. And if I save that, you can see that it has added the style to it. Once I change it to light, it's working fine. So I can also use custom way to put it to 700. And if I put it to bold, so that's how to use font weight. So font family, font size, and font weight. So to use line height in Tailwind CSS is to use what we call leading. So we can use, there are so many values to it. We have the numbers like you can see on your screen. So the ones that has tight, small, normal, relax, and loose. You can see if you select leading to loose, you should see that the value here is 2 that is being used. So at least you should know how the line height, you can practice it out. Line height, the font weight, the text size, and the font family. So lastly, I'm going to talk about how to use a line clip for, let me say, a long text. So it's something called the line clip. So I'm going to put the text here, and we should see the line clamp. If you look at it, it's using overflow hidden display WebKit and the line clip. Let's say you have long text and you want it to have like a 3 dots at the end of it to reduce the size so it fits the width of the container. So here I can set this. So this has multiple. We have the 1, 2, 3. If you set it to 1, if you take 1 line, you set it to 2, if you take 2 line, you set it to 3, if you take 3 line, and so on and so forth. So 4, 5, 6. And if you set it to none, it's going to overflow. So that's it for typography. If you want to learn more on typography, you can visit the documentation and learn more on it. So we're going to look at the flex, which is a CSS property that helps us to put elements next to each other or in an order we want, whether column or in row, that is vertical or horizontal. So before we go ahead with the flex, I want to also mention something I didn't mention in the last lesson on typography. So I'm going to say it now, the previous one we talked about. I'm going to add in what we call the letter spacing. So letter spacing is different in Tailwind CSS. So letter spacing, we call it tracking. So control it tracking. If you look at right here, where you can look at here, you should see letter spacing, and we have different ones, and we have the minus sign. We have wider, and when you spell wider, you should see the text wide. Hello world subscribe is wide. You can do widest and it should increase. Then also you can also use you can use custom so it and it should work. So just put in the px here, and once I save it, it should reflect here. So that is for the font. So I'm going to remove everything here, and since we're going to talk about the flex. So I'm going to paste in this, and let me close the tag. I'm going to put in my name, last name. So first thing first, like I said, flex is a CSS property that align item horizontally or vertically. So if I'm on this class name, we have the parent with the full width. So first thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to put in flex here. And once I put the flex, you should see that the items are aligned horizontally and they are aligned to close to each other. Then let me just add in a color for this parent so we can be able to see it. So let me just leave it like this. So the next thing we're going to do is to talk about different classes that Flex has. So I'm going to put in the Flex row. So Flex row is still the same thing what Flex does. It aligns it horizontally. So I'm going to put in Flex row. And when I hover over it, you should see direction. So the direction is row. So by default, Flex direction is always row. Then I can also set row reverse. And when I click on row reverse, the main content is going to be at the start point and the sidebar is going to be at the end point. So let me just remove this background color and let's see it clearly here. Then we'll be able to see the reverse. Then the next one we're going to see is the column, flex column. So when I set this column, I want them to be vertically close to each other. And I can also use the flex column reverse to reverse the item. The bottom one comes at the top and the top one comes at the bottom. So this is the the flex column reverse. So we also have another way, another class that Flex has, which is the flex -1. So I'm going to have to remove this, and let me put in the background color at 500. I'm going to put in the H for this with 32. So I want the height to be long. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add in a class here. I'm going to call this flex1, and I'm going to put in a background color here. I'm going to use blue, set it to 500. You should see it's taking, you can see the width, it's occupying the space. I'm going to do for the main content too. I'm going to put in flex1. I'm going to put in BG pink 500. So we can see that the pink is actually showing here. So let me bring it to an outer color. Let me use purple so that it will be clearer. Let me move this 500. Okay, yeah. So what happened here is that if you hover over flex 1, you can see the property here. So this is in flex, we have flex 110. So the first one is the flex group. The second one is print, and the last one is the basis. So I'm going to explain them one after the other in this course. So the next thing first I want to show is the pro. So what does flex 1 mean? It gives it allow the sidebar take the maximum width and occupy the maximum space of the column, and the main content occupy the maximum space of the column. So I can quickly come here and I can change this. So let me remove my mouse. I come here and change this to 0.2. And if you see that it has reduced, this flex is 0.2. Then if I change it to 5, set as occupied space. So let's talk about the grow. So I'm going to change here to grow. So once I type in grow, same way the flex 1/1 works. So it's just take up that same particular width that we have, the spacing that is supposed to take. Then also the grow, we can also set option. So if you're pressing grow 0, it takes it does not the grow width does not occupy the full width again. It takes the content width. I can also use the same custom color, as for just putting 0.2. So it just works the same way the flex one works. So we are going to look at we've talked about the grow, we're going to talk about the shrink. The same here, we have the grow, we have the shrink. So the shrink allows us to determine whether or not a flex item should shrink, to be able to shrink when there's not enough space in its container. So in this example, I'm going to drop an example here. I'm not going to use it. So I'm going to comment this and I'm going to paste in a different example so we can go through it together. So I'm going to paste it here. Let me shift this down. I'm going to place this here. I'm going to press save. So you should see that this is 1, 2, and 3. So the width here is large. So if I shrink this, if you see that, let me shrink it more. So you can see that when I resize this and I'm using shrink here, this shrink is 1. So flex shrink is shrinking set to 1. Allow only the first 2 to be able to shrink. So when I resize, you see only the number 2 shrinks. So I'm going to return this back. I'm going to put in another example here. I'm going to now set the width here. Let me put this. A flex now means the item should not work with flex. So it's like the parent flex does not affect the item. So I'm going to change this to 1 back. Change this to 1 back. Then I'm going to put in 0 here. I'm going to save. Okay. Let me remove the width of this. Let me remove this width first. Remove this width. Let me change this full width so that we can be able to see it clearly. I think it's. Let me change the parent width too. Let me give it 40, 20. %. Refresh this. So let me just leave it back to full. It's not actually working. I'm gonna leave it back to full. So the example I wanted to talk here is the shrink 0. So let me try, and I don't know why things overflowing. Let me remove the bits and see whether it will come back. Let me give it a small width. 32. Okay. So now when I try to resize, you should see that only the first 1 and 2 resize. Let me reduce this to 20. Then let me put this. The width here will not actually work. And put it to 14 back. You see that the width is not even functional here when you use the flex. Let me use the 14. It's not working. So, like I said, when I try to resize this, you see that only the 1 and 3 is resizing, sizable. The 2, the middle one, which has the purple color, is naturally not resizing. So that's what shrink 0 actually mean. Oh, I don't want this particular container to be able to be resizable or to shrink when there's not enough space. So we're going to look at flex basis now. So flex basis define the initial size of a flex item. Remember, we have the grow, the shrink, and the first flex basis. So this basis basically shows the initial value of that container before it expand or reduce. So this is you set initial value of it. So I'm going to give you an example. Let me comment this. So let me paste in. So let me just paste it in. I'm gonna put in last name, and save. So if you see that we have flex here, we have basis. So flex basis is 50%, 50%. So I've given the sidebar 50% and 50%. That is the initial value. So if I resize it, you should see both are resizable. So the next thing we're going to look at now is the basis here is 1/2. So I'm going to change this from using the percentage to using the pixel. So 1/2 in Tailwind CSS is percentage. You have 1/2, and you can see more of it here. So I'm going to use a default pixel. I'm going to use 32 here, and I'm going to use 64 here. So once I save, you should see that the width has changed from 32 to 64, and the sidebar has reduced. Let me resize this and see. So both of them are resizing. So I'm going to also change this from 32 and use a custom value. I'm going to change it to 200 pixel. I'm going to change this one to 50 pixel. So basically, this basis just give the space it occupy in a flex container. So when you see we have done using the percentage value for the basis, we've used the pixel value, and now we've used a custom input value for it. So that's basically it for the flex basis. So remember, like I also mentioned before, if you hover over flex, remember the flex function is one, the grow, the shrink, and the basis. So let's look at the flex alignment, which is justify, align, and place in Tailwind CSS. So let me comment this and let me comment this out. So flex alignment is used to control the positioning of the flex item within a flex container, whether horizontal or vertical. So the first one I'm going to look at now is the justify um, content. The justify content in Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to move this up. Let me move it up here. And move all this down so you don't get distracted. So I'll save this. So I'm going to change this back to a different style. Let me change this to name. And let me save that. So I think this is overflowing. So let me let me reduce it. Let me reduce the X further. Let me give it 2. 2. 2. UI5. So it's not actually working. I will reduce the font size. Let me reduce the font size. Let me give it to 14 pixel. I will just reduce it and still overflowing. Okay, I think it has stopped overflowing. Let me still reduce it. I just want everything to set to align in order. Okay, it's okay now. So I'm going to talk about the justify content, like I said. So there are several attributes for justify content. I will just put in my dash and let me show you. So the first one I'm going to talk now, we see we have justify normal, content normal, justify content flex, justify content flex end, CTA flex end, justify content center. So the first one is justify center. Start. So what this does is that it takes the item to its starting position. That is the first position. You move this item here. So you're able to say that I will use my distance to use so we can be able to see it to 50%. So it's at the starting point. So the next thing I'm going to do now is to show you the next one, which is the center. So if I set this to center, justify center, and save this, our item has moved to the center position of it. So there's the same thing with end, like the ending of the container. It's positioned to the end of the container. So we also have what we call justify between. So in normal CSS, it's called justify content between. So here it's called justify between. Let me hover over it and you see justify content space between. Space between. So let me save this to add space between each of the item. If you have 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, any number of items, you're going to add spacing between each of them. Then we also have this justify around. And if I hover over it, you see justify content space around in CSS. So I'm going to save it and you should see spacing at the end and at the start of the item. So the last one I'm going to talk about is, I think we have the last one. Let me look at this. We have stretch, we have evening. If I put in evening just give me the equal spacing between each of the item has, both from the start position to the end position. I'm going to also show you for the stretch. So justify stretch. Let me add this. Let me see screen. You see that it's the height here is stretch. If I change this back to center, if I change this back to start, you see that the item position normal. So this is a stretch takes up all the height. So let's move on to the next one. I'm going to look at this. Let me set this back to start. And let me put this. This thing wasn't full before. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next class, which is the align items. So the align items are move items in the vertical axis. Just for content, move item to the horizontal axis. So I'm going to put in align item here. I'm going to put in so in CSS, in Tailwind CSS, we call it item start item. So it's called item, align item in CSS, flex start. Here it's item start. So I'm going to put it to start. I'm going to save it. Let me increase the height. Let me give this to VH. Let me give it 50. You see that it has taken it to start position. And if I add item center, you should see what will happen here. Center. It's going to bring it down. Then if I set justify to center and save it, this will move it to the horizontal axis. So we're talking about let me move it back. We're talking about align item center items or align items. So I'm going to move these two to the end. It should reach to the bottom. It's coming down. So align items is vertically, move item vertically, while justify content, move item horizontally. So the other one I'm going to also talk about is the stretch. So likewise, justify content has stretch. These also have what we call baseline. And if I let me add in here, let me add something here. Let me change this to 12. So we can see that this one is higher. And if I change this to baseline and I save baseline, let me remove this justify content and I save this. So it moves this item down. Let me change this to center and let's see. And let me change this to start. See that it has moved it to the start. These items are at the top. If I change it to baseline, it brings it down. Then if I change it to end, you should see it. So this is what align. This is how to use the align item. And then if I change this to stretch, everything takes up the width of the container. I mean the height of the container. So this is how to use the align item, which is items in Tailwind CSS, but align item in CSS. Then how to use the justify content. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, so we're going to talk about the grid. So the grid system allows you to create complex responsive layouts with a simple and flexible syntax. So it's leverage CSS grid layout. So Tailwind CSS leverage CSS grid layout enable you to arrange item elements or items into a row and column and control their size, position, and alignment within a grid container. So I'm going to give you an example here. So I'm going to take all this out. Okay, let me leave all this here and just leave the height. I'm going to remove everything that concerns flex here. Let me remove it and I'll save this. Let me refresh. So we can see that it has the items are in vertical, they are stuck to each other. So there is no flex, neither anything I'll make it to align to the row. So I'm going to use the grid. So I'll just put in grid here. This is how to use grid in Tailwind CSS. So I'll just save this. Nothing happens. So it looks like nothing happens. So it's waiting for you to add in other classes that it has. So the first thing I'm going to do now is to use what we call the grid column. So I'm going to set it. Okay, I want the items here, the nav bar sidebar, to have a 3 column. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a grid. I'm going to put in column. I'm going to tell it how many columns did I want. So if you look at here, you see it in the CSS. It has repeat 1, minimum mass 0, and 1 frame. So I'm going to set it to 2. So let me just put it to 3. And once I save this, you should see that the items are aligned. Let me change this back to 5. So everything stays. So we're having 3 columns here. So the items are aligned together in 3 columns. I will just resize it and everything resize. So nothing happens. Then I want spacing. They are too close to each other. I want spacing to be in between them. So what I can do, even in Flex, we didn't talk about it. You can use the gap. I'm going to set the gap to 4. And once I save it, we can see the spacing around it. So the red is the background color of the container. So there's a spacing around it. So I'm going to use another example to explain for some other, like the colon span and basically colon span. So what I want to do now is I want to change this column now from 3 to 2. So I want this thing to be in 2 column. And once it's in 2 column, you can see that this 2 takes in the first column while the and sidebar text in the second column. So now I want to make the nav bar. Let's say we are building a website, we want the items to be aligned to it. I'll just put in the line here. I'll just come over here. I'll just put in column. I'm going to put in span. I'm going to set it to 2. If I save this, you should see that the sidebar moves to the next column and move the main column to the other column. So, and the navbar is taking the full width. So this is how grid works. So the span means I'm telling it, okay, I want you to take the 2 column. So you can see other option. If I set this to 1, it takes, so by default, when you use the grid column 2, it's using a 1 column. So if I set this to 2, I can set it to 3. So I'm going to still keep on taking and we're going, still going to keep on taking. So I'll just give it to 2. So now we can see that the navbar has taken the full width. So the next thing we're going to look at the flow. So there's something called the auto columns and auto rows. And these classes control the sizes and implicity created by the rows or column. So let me explain. So I'm going to come here and let me add in grid flow. So this is, you see, it's grid auto. That is the meaning in CSS. So I'm going to grid flow, and I'm going to set it to, we are having like 4 items. We have the row, column dense, row dense, and column dense. So I'm going to talk about the column first. I'm going to put in the column. Once I put the column and I save, say items are moved straight in a column way. I'm going to add in with the auto column marks. And once I save this, see, let me reduce this. So I'm going to save this. Let me increase this back. You can see that, oh, not as if nothing happens. But let me change this to, let me leave it there. And I'm going to just come here, come to where I have this. Let me remove this width. And I save this. So let me just remove this. Let me add this again. Let me change this into auto. And let's see. Let me add this to minimum. Let me add this to back to maximum. So the flow column works with the auto column maximum. So I'm telling you to take the maximum width for this. So I'm going to give it in. Let me give it some width first. Let me see. Let me test it with width. I want to give it like 40. I'm gonna give it like, so 40. I'm going to give it like 32. I'm going to give it here width of 32. I'm going to give it your width of 32. So actually the width works here in grid. On flex, most times it does not have effect on the width when using the grid. So basically this is how to use the grid column flow. So let me also show you how to use the row. So let's try the row. You see that it has aligned the item and the navbar back to the row flow. So this is like a 2 row, 2 column, 2 row. But if I use the column, is using 2 columns. So there's the flow is in column flow. Let me change this to row dense. See, same thing. Let's try the dense. and let's see how it works. So there's nothing happened to the dance. Let's see colon dance. Still the same thing. So I'm going to move on to the next one, which is I want to use the justify item center. So let me remove all this here. Item there. So I'm going to just add in justify item center. Not justify content center, justify item center. And if I center it, you see that the items are separated. If I put this back to 1, if I remove the grid column, let me set this. Okay. Let me put it back to 2 column. Let me remove this. I set this to 1. See the items are here. Let me move this to 1 column. Let me set it to 2 column. And let me remove this column span. So this is the 2 column. If I change this to 3 column, they are aligned. So this is justify contents. There's one item center. Then I can use, let me check for, we have other ones here. We have the end, to move the item to the end in grid layout. We have to move item to start. So that is it. So let me change this back to 2. And let's bring back our column span 2. So this justify content takes this, reduce the width for each of the main container there, the main items. So I'm going to remove these items here. Let me bring back the grid flow. Okay. Okay. So let's move on to the next one. I think we are done with this. Let's continue and then let's use the placement. So we have the justify. We have another property called the another class called the placement. So I'm going to set the placement for this item to start. So the placement is like it's using the combination of justify items and the align items at once. So I'm going to drop in an example so we can explain. Let me remove this from here. Let me try it here. And I'm going to drop in another example. So I'm going to use the place. We have the content and we have the item. So I'm using the item start first. We can see that the items are moving to the top. These are the columns. The columns are like this, full, and full here. So I'm moving the item to the top. There is no way to actually get the colors. Columns. Let me see. There's no way to add colors to it. There's no way to add it. So it's placing the item to center. Let me set it to center. You should see that it will come down. It's positioning them to the center. The navbar is in the center of the column. This one is in the center of the column. If I change this to 3 column, you should see that it's taking it. If I change this back to 3 column, you should see that the column here is this is taking 2 span of column. We're having 3, so this is taking 2 column. This is taking 1 column, and the item inside the columns are positioned to the center. So I can also change this to end. See that it's taking the items to the end of the container. of the columns changes back to 2. And if you see that the columns here is taking this, the item inside the columns are positioned now by position to the end. So it's taking it to the end here and to the end at the bottom. So both horizontally and vertical. It's positioning them to the end. So I think that is all. So let me show stretch. Stretch takes it back to the default way. Then baseline, let's take it to the top. I think that is it for the items, place items. Let's see the content type. Let's see what it does. Okay. Let's see what it does. So that is it for the set it, and so that is it for the grid. So I'm moving on to the next one. So we're going to talk about reusing styles in CSS. So most times you might have so many bunch of styles or keep on using the same styles in different value here. You can see different elements has the same styles here. Well, I'll drop in an example. So CSS also provide us a way to just instead of writing all those styles, the same styles in different elements, you can just put it in a place and you can reuse it in any of your element or component. So I'm going to comment this out and let me bring in so I want to paste this here. Let me change it. So I'll explain everything. Let me just change this to class name. And so this is basically I'm adding a padding right, top and bottom, padding airs left and right, a background color, the text color, a font width, then on full on a rounded full, this is a rounded full as border radius one by 50% shadow. I've not talked about shadow, but this is shadow, box shadow. Then hover, I want the color should have a different level, 700. Since this is a button has an outline, so I just want it when it's on focus, it should not show any outline. Instead, I'm going to use the ring. So this is another example of how to use the ring. Then on focus, I want it to also have a color, violence 400. Then and the opacity. So the ring also has opacity. So I've set the opacity to 0.75. This is it here. Let me save it and let's reload. So we can see that the button is look at the way to create this button. We can use these stars and it might be much. You might want to use the button in that place, then you come and start copying the button and pasting it, which can be cumbersome. You are using the same style everywhere. So when I come over here, you can see that when I focus, you can see how dark it is here. So let me change this to 4. Let's see. Okay, so that is so. Then the easiest way to do it, how to use a reusable style. So I'm going to come down here and create a new button. I'm going to still say the same thing, save changes. Then if you look at it, let me create in a space around it. And make more space. So this button does not have a color. So I'm going to name this a class name of button primary. So just hold on. Button primary is a class which does not exist. So now what I want to do now is very, very simple. I want to be able to use this color, this style. Anywhere I call button primary, it should come out, right? It should be used. So the best way to do that and to use all those styles there is to use the Tailwind um, um, derivative we have on the global CSS. So how are we going to do that? Just come over to your global CSS. We have utilities. We have We have the base, we have the component. This is a way of how to use utilities. If you come here, this is text balance. I can come here and I'll put in text balance, and you should see text balance there. So this is a way to just name your own. The way we use CSS, you name your style, your CSS style, and it will come out there. So this is for utilities. There's a way to use the component. So I'm going to come down here and let me bring in the layer and the layer component. So I'm going to come below this and I'm going to paste this here. So when I save this, you can see that the style has changed. So what I did here was to name this in a component. Component is different from utilities. So component is telling CSS that this is a component I can use. You understand how component is in Next.js or React. So it's a reusable piece of code. So I'll just say, okay, button primary, I use the apply. So this apply is a rule I'm setting in Tailwind CSS. Py, the same styling, px, file length, xy font both, rounded full, shadow medium, over 700, focus, outline none, focus, ring, focus. Then just the same thing. I don't know why it's saying outline, apply not disco, not found. So you can see that the button now is actually the same thing. So very easy to use the same button. You can call this button countless times, and I can just keep on changing it, and it should give me. I can I can just copy this, paste this, and then bring it down, and it will give me the button countless times. So this is an easy way to use the option to use Tailwind CSS to make work clean and then usable. So this is what I have for reusable components. You can learn more from the documentation on how to use reusable styling in Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to also add the link to the documentation in the description below. And there are some other CSS, Tailwind CSS classes we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about the uh, dark mode. So I'll just give an highlight of what dark mode is. Dark mode is simply I'm telling CSS that when your screen is on dark mode, when this is on dark mode, I want the button to have, instead of having white, I want it to have maybe now if it's on light, I want the button color should be white. If it's on like here, if it's on dark, let me change it. I can just say, okay, I want the white color should be black. Then if on dark screen, I want the text color to be white. So let me reload this. So why I'm having text white, if I change this to red, you should know that I'm using the dark screen now. You see, my screen is and my system is using dark screen, so that is why it's using the dark. So you can use that anytime you want to use Tailwind CSS. So let me just change this back to white. So that's for the dark mode. Then we didn't talk about the responsiveness. The responsiveness is also simple. I want when here, but one is on medium. I want the text color. Let me use large. So I use small. I say text color to be black or red. So like this, I'm telling you, okay, when is default on the small side, if you use text. So from small from small up to large, I can set this to medium. I can set this to large. So let me just let me reduce this. Let me see. Let me increase this. You see the color has changed. If I reduce this back, it changes to white. So same thing with the background color. I can also change this. Okay, when on this on when is large. Let me use medium now. I'll just say background color from violet to pink 500. And now if I increase this from small to minimum to medium, it should change to pink. And if I pick it large, it will still be pink. Until I set a large here and set the background color to blue 500. Then when I increase it pink, when I increase it blue. So this is how about it about the responsiveness. So how to use responsiveness in Tailwind CSS. And also, look, I didn't talk about the background image. We can also have look at that on the official documentation. I'll put the link in the description, like I said before. So there are some other websites that you can use to improve your skills in Tailwind CSS, and which they already have all these components for you, like the button, the drop down. They've done the CSS styling for you, just to go and copy the code and paste it, and you can reuse what they've done or edit it to the way you fit. So these websites are the Tailwind. This is from Tailwind CSS. We have the tailwindui.com. I'll put the link in the description. This is directly from Tailwind CSS. Then we also have Flowbyte. Flowbyte is a different platform that has different components. They're using the Tailwind CSS styling to build most of all the components they have. So all the links to this website will be in the description below. So that's it for that. So let's move on to our project to build our landing page. Okay, so if you're watching up to this time, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment your thoughts under this video. So we are going to be building the landing page like I said earlier on. So I'm going to be using this Next.js framework. You can use any preferred framework you want to use. So I'm going to also be creating components here, visible components here with not Next.js. So if your framework or what you're using it does not require, they don't have the ability to create a component, you can just simply put everything inside the main page. So I'm just going to be showing you through. I'm just going to be using to make my work more easier for me to explain to you guys. So anyone, how if you just anywhere I put it, just put the same thing under the next section. So I'm going to just change this thing from section to main and add all the sections there for you. So no matter the framework is it's still the same. So the next we're going to look at now, let's move on to the Figma where I show you how to export the theme color, because I want to come to my table config and I want to bring in um, a theme that I've already created on inside the Figma. So I'm going to show you guys. So let's move on to Figma. So when you head over to Figma, you should see the landing page which we're going to build. Is I'm going to put the link to the Figma and to Figma in the description. Then this is the mobile view. Also, not only the landing page, we also have the UI system where I design the colors and the font. Then also the components. You can see that I've put in a lot of work in this. But the logo, different components are here. Then if you let's go back to our landing page and how to export this our theme colors. If I come here, you should see, let me close this typography. You should see our colors here. But if you feel like you don't want to do this, there's no need for you to come over here to copy it. I already have a GitHub link where I put all the code in. You can just come here and come to Tailwind config and we can see the colors. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy it here and so you can paste it. But if you feel like using the detail section, you can just come in here once where we have plugin Then there's something called Figma Tailwind CSS. Once you click on the plugin, it should load the plugin for you, and where is it? It didn't come up. It's supposed to come up. Let me go and click on it again. Let me click on it again. Okay, still loading. Let me click on it again. Just search for Figma Tailwind CSS. Let me come here and show you how. So this is the Figma Tailwind CSS. This is the so it has opened up. It shows all the color that I have. I can quickly update if I want to update. I'll scroll down, then click on it. So you can add new colors. I click on it. It asks me the fonts I'm using. Then I can just select 16. Then click on next, and just it will show border videos. I don't need all this. So just click on next, and you can copy all these colors from here. This is how I copied it. The font side. If the border videos is not needed, you just copy the font here. If you're using other framework, you can use Google Fonts and then add this font like I taught in the last lesson. You can use the font inside Tailwind config. Next.js has an inbuilt Google font, and I'll use the Next.js to import the font. So I didn't group I just copied it like this. But just scroll down to the bottom and then click on download the file. So it will download the file for you, or you can copy it directly from here. But I don't need this. I already have the file in my GitHub. I'll just come over here and copy the colors. Let me just copy everything under this extension. This extend. So just copy it, and if you go back to our code, and let me come here. I'll just remove this. Let me remove everything from here. Let me look at this extend. Let me remove this and paste this inside. So I've pasted my colors, and everything should work fine. So let me save it. And once I save it, I think you can see the font here. Just import your own font, and that is all. So I'm going to go over to my layout. I'm going to change this from enter because I'm using I think it's I'm using Next.js, so let me use, I think it's DM Sam. Let me confirm. Yes. So let me import this. So I'm going to copy this. So once I copy that, so the next thing I'm going to do is to add in some colors here. I'm going to just come here and then add them. So let me just do that, and I'm going to come here. I'm going to remove all this, and then I'm going to paste this inside here. If you see it. So let me just use this here. What I did here was to use the background color, the one we have from our team that matches the landing page which I showed. Then we have the border padding button to 28. So I'm going to save that. Let me be sure that this color works. Let me use brown blue. Let's see. Let me try and oh, why is it showing like this? Let me refresh it. Okay, let me go and remove this. Let me remove this image. Let me see. Where's the easiest concern? Let me remove it. I don't really know why it's showing like that. Maybe there is a style that was added in global CSS. I think this is it. Yeah, I think that is where the problem is coming from. So I'm going to remove all those stuff from there. Okay, let me just leave it. Let me just leave it. This one. So let me go back to the layout and change this back to dark. So dark is the background color in our tailwinds where we have in our tailwind config. If you scroll down, you see brown dark. This is it here. So let's go back to the page. .ts. Let me close this. So I'm going to remove everything from here. Let me remove everything here. Body section. So I'm going to put in the main. So this is also going to have a section. So the first thing we're going to talk about, we're going to look at now is the title section. So the top section from the way you saw the Figma, I'm going to work on the title section. So how are we going to do that? So I'm going to first of all want to create in a folder here. Like I said earlier, if you're not using React or anything that requires the has component, it's just the same thing. Use inside the section component. So I want to create in let me create in a UI folder. So inside here I want to create in something called, let me just call it title. Should I call it section? It's not section. Let me just put it inside it here and call it title. Let me call it title items. I should have called it title section, but I just want to call it something different because it's not actually a section. So let me call it, I don't know what to give it. I'll just give it title. Title. So let's see. I want to put in the use client. This is for only Next.js. So inside the title item, I want to add in, first of all, before I go over to the title section, we need to add in a section. So inside that section, I want to set in some values here. I'll go back to my app. This is not inside the app. So let me go into my app page and I'm going to pass in. Let me remove this. Let me paste this. Let me put. So I want to set the class to overflow hidden for this section. So this is a top section. Let me call it top section so you understand. And let me put a comment here. Top section. Or I'll call it title section. No. So the top section I want to put overflow hidden, padding left and right. So from the responsiveness I taught you, from small up, I want to have a pixels margin up 2.5. So from small, I want it to be a flex, gap 4, and medium specify center. So from medium, the specify center to work. Then for medium, the item center. So by default, this should be flex from small. but it should be at the start position, not the center. So once we do that, we need to add in two I want to put in like two wrap inside it. I'm going to put in a div. So I'm going to add in a div reflex item. Let me add it inside div with a class name of flex. I'm going to put in a flex column. I'm going to save that. So I also want to still put a div inside here, and I want to still put in a flex column. Let me put in flex again. So it's two. I want to use two. I want to use to wrap a value, to wrap the title section. So let's go and work on the title item. So that I can import that. So the title item is very simple. I just want to add in some props inside, which I will be able to pass inside it. So coming to the title section, I'm going to come over to where's the components item. I'm going to pass in some props here. And since I'm using TypeScript, is trying an error. So I'm just going to come down here and paste in my TypeScript. And I'm going to for this item, I'm going to copy it. Let me paste it here and let me import React. And everything should stop. Okay. I made a mistake. Let me remove this. Ah, okay. So I'm going to import this title item inside the page. Inside the page, I'm going to add it because the first one we have, if we look at the Figma, let me go over here and I'm going to add it here. I'm going to add in the item. So I've added the item. You should see the item showing here. If you go over to the Figma and if we look at, let me click on the Figma. So the Figma is loading up. Let me wait for it to load so I can show you guys what I mean. So it has load finished. So if you come over to the top here, you should see this is a PO. This is the title of uh, the top section, and this is a curve line. So all this, if you come to the GitHub, you should see all this here. Let me click on this. You should see images. You should see this here. I'm going to import that, and if you come to assets, see the curve line. This is a SVG. These are drop down and some of the icons, some of the SVG file. So you can copy them from the public folder, from the GitHub URL. So this is what I use. This is just very simple. Let me go to the code and let's continue for where we stop. So from this place I use what I did here was for the PO. I just used this emoji. Then I just use for my window. I don't know. Let me open it again. So this I use this. This is an emoji icon. You can copy from the Figma. It's already if you just go to the title to the page.tx in the Figma, you can copy there. So your AI workspace perfected. This is the PO. This is the title, and this I'm saying that the curve should be true in the item. So nothing is in the item. So here I'm going to add in some. Let me add a div. So I want to add in a div. I'm going to put a class name. So what is if it is a flex, column wrap. an item center. So I want to push the title and the PO to the center. So that is it for that. I'm going to also bring in all, okay, I've imported all this. So the next thing I'm going to do is to create the PO. So I'm going to create the PO. So how do I create the PO? I'm going to explain this. It's very simple. So I use let me comment on this first. I use, remember this. So I will explain it better. Let me copy this out. So the text is showing here. I'm using a round full. So having two if you remember in the Figma, the pill has a border, but gradient does not work in border. Gradient work in background. So what I did was to create a div to act as the border here. So I said, okay, let this round full have a pixel of 1. So the pixel here is just to give it spacing so that I can show the color, background color. Then the font normal, the text 11.87. So I've put in the text value. Then I'm going to come here and put in a gradient. So the gradient is simply, if you've not watched we've learned how to use the gradient. So this is background gradient from left to right, that is from left to right. And I'm going to paste in this and I'm going to say, okay, let it from the left side be blue and let the front side background the front side be blue, primary blue, and let the right side be brown primary. And I've added a margin button to 5. So when I save that, you can't see anything yet. But if let me increase the width for you, you should see the color here. Let me remove the width. I don't want any width to be there. So I'm going to come down here and add this. So what I added was to use a div again to be the inner side of the peel, rounded full, margin left and right auto, then padding left and right and padding Y. So, and I've passed the peel. Remember, I passed the value of the peel, your AI workspace perfected. So once I save this, you should see it. So if I remove this P here, it will not show because I'm setting this to occupy the whole width here. So I'm using this since gradient does not work in border. I'm using this to act as the border. So I'm going to open that and now we can see the pill is working. So I want to also add in something here. I want to use either if there's a pill, if pill exists, it should show this. So I don't want pill to show, but I'm going to reuse this title item for the top sections. Then the next one I'm going to do now is for the title. So since I'm going to be using this item title item as a reusable component, I'm going to be using it. So there are some of the files that has a subheading. I mean, some section has subheading, some section does not have subheading. So what I want to do now is just to check if it has subheading. So let me just come down here and I'm going to paste this code. So I'm going to explain everything here. Let me comment this out. So this is the title now. This title here has a div of relative, a text center, and sets the text to 35. So from small upward, it should have 55 pixels. So from small, it should be 35. From small upward, it should have maximum width 750. Then put pixel here. Let me save that. Then the medium, from medium, it should be center. From leading, leading title. Remember I said leading is line height, right? And the font both should be both. Then I'll set the title. So I also want the curve, its curve should appear here. I'm going to uh, open this and let me import this. Let me import the its curve because I save it as also. Let me import it. So I've not the problem now, the reason why it's showing error is because I've not um, added my assets here. So let me grab that and add it inside here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the assets. So I'm going to grab it. Just let me come over here and add this. So I've brought in my asset and image. So um NextJS is having problem with SVG because I'm importing it directly like this. So I need to fix it. So the way to fix this is very simple for me. If you're using NextJS, I'm just going to install a new package, npm id. So I'm going to so what I'm installing is the SVG webpack. And once it's installed, I need to add it inside this. So I'm going to bring in. So while it is installing, let me add in this inside the Tailwind config. So it has installed completely. I will just go inside my Tailwind config and I'm going to come here and I'm going to paste this. So the reason why I added this is I'm going to be using this pre-avatar for the testimonial. So then we see Next.js always require us to add in the websites we are using to import to bring in image and so the domain. So I've added it, and this is the webpack for the SVGR webpack. So let me save it and then let me try and reload and ready to solve the problem. To solve this problem. So let me confirm everything is working fine. So yeah, this is working fine. So the curve line is big, is big. So let me make it smaller. I don't know whether to even show it on mobile, but I think it should be. So I'm not done. Let's leave it like this. I still want to do some things here. I want to add in the subheading. So under here, I want to add in the subheading. So the subheading is going to have in the text wash purple 700. So it's going to take in 500 pixel text center text and 16 pixel. The small text 18 pixel. So the subheading is always going to be for title that a section that has subheading. So I'm going to use this and come here to where I have this div. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to add in a fragment. I mean. So let me push this inside. So I'm going to do a check if there is subheading. Use this. Then if there is no subheading, then I'm going to bring in the one I'm going to use for the main title because this one is small. So I'm going to just bring it here. Let me remove this. So save that. So you should see that it works. So the same way I did it is the same way, but this one has a higher maximum width. If I look at it here, this one has 750. The title without the subheading has 850. So you can see text center text 45 pixel. Yeah, I'm using 35. Then I'm using 65. Yeah, I'm using 55. 850 center. This one I'm using Vite and a font board. Here I am using absolute position. I didn't talk about position, so we have absolute, relative. The same way in CSS. Then relative. Then this is relative here. Then we have minus bottom 2. Since I'm using absolute, I can use the bottom right 16. On large will be 24. So I think it's not fitting on medium. Let me change this. Let me add a medium here. Let me say right. This is 16. Let me put 10. I think this is not medium. This is large. Let me add this for extra large. Let me change this to 20. Let me see. Let me refresh. Why is it not working? Let me know for me. Okay. Okay, let me leave this into large. I think is this small screen is giving issue. So let me change this to 16 back and let me put this to small. I'm going to put in right 10. I'm put in 1. So yes. So I need to also change the width of this. Let me add a width here. Let me use 14 pixel. And then height. Let me use important. It's actually not working. Let me add this to 0. I think it's not working. Let me remove the width. It's gonna work. So let's leave it. Let me leave it there like this. Okay, let me set this to 10. 16. 8. 3. Okay, let me leave it like this for now. Then the next thing I'm going to also do, I think I'm done with the title. Um, I think I'm done with the title. We're done with it. So all the code here is going to be in title section in the GitHub URL. So let me go back to where we have the pages, and let's come here. So if you look at the Figma, let me open the Figma. If you look at the Figma, let me open the Figma. We should see that we have an input and also the text here that says no credits 14 days trial with the input here. So simply the same thing. Let's see our preview in bigger screen, in larger screen. So let's go back to our code. So here I'm going to bring in the input. So to use the input, I'm going to first of all create a div, because I want the div to wrap the input, and this is going to be inside its flex column. So I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to break this. So I want this to have a flex first column, since we're having an input and the text below the input. Then we also have the item center to center them with full, then maximum to 350 pixel, then gap to 3, and then padding y 5. That is top and bottom 5, then mx, that is left and right auto. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to also um, add in a div. So this div I'm going to add is going to wrap the inputs. Remember that the inputs in the Figma, if you look at the Figma, let's go over to the Figma. If you look at the Figma, come back to the Figma, you should see that this is showing a gradient border. And remember, Tailwind CSS does not have gradients with border. So I'm going to use background. I'm going to use a div as act as the border. So let's go over to our code and then continue. So I'm going to come down here and add in a div. So this div is going to act as the uh, background, the border. So here I'm adding a full width height of 46. So it's taken as if it's the input relative, the rounded full, and I'm going to add in a gradient to right. Then the same way I did for the peel. I'm going to say from with this color, go to this color, and I'm going to add in a margin. So I'm going to add this, and you should see the color appear. So the next thing I'm going to add in here is the input. I'm going to come inside here, and I'm going to add in the input. So the input now is saying, okay, we have a text, we have the value, the placeholder, the class is full, height full. So it's going to take the full width of this div here, and we're going to give it a background color of black, ELC's text 14. Then the placeholder. So I want the placeholder to have a text color, text white purple. This is from the team, and this is the placeholder. So placeholder can also have, you can also style the placeholder. So once I save, we should see the input appear here, and it takes the brand dark around it, and it's using uh the from the gradient as the border. So the only thing left there is to bring in um the button. And also now we should know that the button also is a gradient. The same thing we're going to do with the button. So I'm going to paste in here, and I'm going to explain it. So for the button, I'll remove this. For the button, I have to set it to absolute. So it will be inside it. Inside it, you can see there, absolute. I'm going to set it to top to 1. Since it's absolute, I can use top. I can use the right positioning. I can set it to right, so to flow to right. Then rounded border radius to 28 pixel. I've set the width to 107 pixel, height 37 pixel, and I've added a 1 pixel the same way I'm using this button as the background color. And I've set the background opacity to 30. So I'm going to add in a span, and this span is going to act as if it's the button, while this button acts as the border. So I'm going to save that, and we should see the button appear. So I'm going to come down here and set this to, should take the full width, then item center, justify center, width, text white, rounded. I'm coming. Let me take this inside here. Rounded 28, then the gradient the same way, using from wash purple 700 to primary purple 700, which gave us the button. So that is it for the button. So we need to bring in the p tag where we have the no credits. So the p tag is going to be below this div. Yeah, it's going to be below this div. Let me paste it here. So the p tag, I'm using the same star I use here. The same star I'm using here. So all that is in the GitHub repository. We can see that here we have the text to 16 pixel. We are using the text purple, wash purple to 600. We are using font mode medium to 500. That is font weight to 500, and we're adding the weight tag. So this is it for the top section. So the only thing I need to also add here, which we've not added, is I'm going to add in. Let's go to the Figma and let's look at some things that we didn't look at. So I'm going to go over to the Figma now. So in Figma we have the this pad here, this dashboard here. I'm going to export this. I've already exported this already. You can come to here. You see preview this in here. Wow, it's looking good. So let's come to here and then where you should see, come down to image and let's see banner. You see app banner. I use the app banner. I'm using the one that has the app banner one. This one. I'm using the app banner one. This one. So let me come inside there and we can see, if you come to the page, you can see everything here. Okay, that is it. Let's look at adding the banner to the app. So I'm going to go back to the code and let's add that. So let's come down to where we have, let's close this div. I'm going to add it where we have this flex column. So let me bring it in and then let's bring it inside here. Div. Let me paste it here. So I'm going to import image. Let me remove all this first and explain like this here. So what I did here was to set in relative div that with the container relative. I set the medium empty, that is margin top to -45. I want it to come above where it is being placed. Then on small it should be width full. Then the width should be 750 pixels. So while on small it should be full. Then we should have the flex and justify center to center the image, to position them to center. Then we have the item center. And we also have here since this is on medium, here should be for everyone, the top should be -40 pixel. While on small, the margin left to be 0, while here it should be -50 pixel. So I'm going to enable the image. Let me copy the image here and paste it back here. So I'm having an error because I didn't import the image from Next.js. Let me do that. So once I save, we should see, okay, it's requesting for the banner. I've not imported the banner. The banner is an image, so I just import that. So add banner one. So once I save that, we should see the banner appear here. See the banner appear here. should see the banner has appeared here. So this is how it's going to look like. I think this is not showing very, very well. Let me zoom it. So I zoom it out and we can see. So if we preview it on the full desktop, you should see it appear properly here. You should see it appear here. So this is great. It's coming with the shadow here and it's looking great. So I want to add in uh, a gradient here, the dark gradient to fit in like this. If I open the Figma, you should see a gradient down. The down is dark. So I'm going to add that now. So let's add that. So I'm going to go over to the code and then let's add it. So I'm going to comment this and let's add it. So you should see that we add in a bottom of 0. The top pixel. So this is an absolute. You can see the absolute here. So I set the bottom to 0. Since here is I've added a relative here. Top to 40%. Then gradient to 2. So from to top. I mean, for that is from bottom to top. Then I set the black and the front to black 50. That is 0.5 opacity. Then left 0, right 0, absolute, and then the advanced selection. Z means the Z index to bring it on top of the image. So if I save that, you should be able to see everything works fine. Everything works fine. So let's save that and let's look at it on the broader view. And let's scroll down. You should see that everything works. It's looking great. We are moving on to the next one to look at how we are going to move to the next section. So now we're going to work on the other section, which is the company section. If we look at the Figma, let's go over to the Figma and let's look at it. So Figma is actually loading. So we have the other section, which is, I call it the company section, where it shows the company that's connected with, that is partnered um, with the company here. Our company. So I'm going to let's work on how to use this in our code, and this should uh, be sliding by default. You should have this animation. I'll use Tailwind CSS and do that. So let's head over to our code. So yeah, I'm going to come down here and you can just simply do that if you're not using Next.js. I'm going to create a new comment and I'm going to call it company section. Yes. Company sections. And you can add in your section here if you prefer. Yeah, but I'm going to create a company for that. So let me come here and inside here I'm going to create a new company called company section. Company section. So the company section is in the GitHub repository. So let me so HCE and let's create it now. So I'm going to import this inside the page. Let me remove this and then let me paste this here. Let's put in this. Let me import this. Okay, you can see the company section here. So inside the company section, we want to add in the components and the logos. So I'm going to import that. If you go to the GitHub and go to components and component section, you should see this. I'm going to import that here, and it's going to throw me error because I don't have the images, so I have to import the images. So I'm going to import that here. I'm going to bring it in. So let me just now and then add it up here. So these are the images here. So we're going to add in a section, and I'm going to add in the. So let me add in this section here. Here I'm putting relative text center and the margin top because it's close to the image. I'm going to save that and it should give me a margin. And I'm going to add in the the this thing we saw on from the Figma. I'm going to show helping people connect with AI. I'm going to put in text 16 pixel font bold, and I'm going to set here to use the 900. I want it to be dimmer, so I'm going to use the 900. So once I set that, you should see the app here. So the next thing we're going to do now is to be able to show the what do we call it, the company's logos. So I'm going to first of all put in a URL below this. Let me put in some sort of URL. So I'm going to list them. I'm going to put in LI. So for the LI, I'm going to use array to look through it. First of all, I want it to show 2 times. I'm going to use this. So let me bring in the LI and let me close this more. So I'm going to put in the key here. I'm going to put in key. Key will just be the. So I'm going to save that. Now when I save that, I need to add some class to it. I'm going to add some class to it. This class is to say flex. Flex no wrap. No wrap means it should not fall to the next line. It should just be an only one line. And this animate slide is a custom animate. I'm going to use the default CSS to do that. So just forget about this. This is not you're going to work. So I'm going to now loop through the components and let's import. Let's get a look through the component and show all the components that we have. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to paste this here. So inside the component, let me show you some looping through the components which I've stated here. Then inside the component, I'm using the name since the name is unique as the key. So I added a class here. I added a class here relative, and I gave the width to 150 for each component logo that is being shown. And I added a margin around it to 20. That's 5 rem. Then I added a margin up and bottom shrink. Remember, I use shrink. I don't want it to shrink when it's being resized. It should be set to 0, not 1. Then flex and flex item. So the same thing I did for the image. Image, I need to set the width, and then I use object contain. So I don't want it to cover. I just want it to have the default width and height it has. Uh, to the fit. So you need to fit with the content default way to fit in, and the maximum width none. So if I save that, we should see the logo should appear. It's showing a form of 2 because we want this to, we are looping through 2 arrays. So I want it to keep on sliding without any end. So that's why I use the array here to, if I remove this array, if I remove this and I remove this, then we remove this. No, not here, this one. And let me comment this out and save that. You should see that it's going to show only once. So let me bring everything in back. So before we go over and do the and I want to add in some things here. I'm going to add in overflow hidden for the URL. I'm going to add in overflow hidden. so that it should not show the overflow here. So it's not going to move. And there are some things I need to also add, which I have not discussed here. I'm going to bring in a gradient. So first of all, I'm going to add a flex. I'm going to add a flex here. And once I add a flex, we can see that it has aligned them to to horizontal line, the row. So I'm going to bring in something called by after the UL, what should happen? So I'm going to put in after here, and content should be empty. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to bring in a bunch of things and I'm going to explain everything to you guys. So I'm going to paste them here. And let me format it. So what I did here was to set after to contents the same way we normally do before and after each items listed. So after here we have brand dark. So I want year and year. If you look here, year is somewhat dark. Let me remove this. You see here is light. If you look at the edge of the last logo that is showing, it's showing light. But if I put my after, it will show dark. So this is what this works. So I'm saying, okay, toe should be transparent. So the toe should be transparent, but the from, this is after, I want the from to be dark. I want the toe to be transparent, and I set the background. So this is left. So I want it to come from brown color to left. So it's coming from left. And it's going to left. It's going to left. The top is going to left. So, and I've set the right to 0, top to 0, bottom to 0, width to 20, z index to 10, and I'll set it to absolute. So that is why it's floating on top. So I'm going to also do the before. The before is going to be the same thing. So now it's going to show it by the beginning of the slider. So I'm going to paste it here. So it's going to supposed to show, it should show something dark. Dark should be around there. When they are sliding, you will notice it. So it's showing the from background dark, so transparent, the same thing. But this is before the UL and after the UL. So before and after. So that is it. So for the styling, for the slider, we are going to go to about CSS, and we're going to add in a CSS style here. So let me go here, come to our main global CSS, and let's add in the style here. So come and let's add it below this layer. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to explain. So I want it to animate 15 seconds slide, um, linear and infinity. So the slide now is showing, is given, we are using the keyframe to say, okay, let's translate X and also minus 100%. If I save this, you should start moving. You see the before gradient is showing here. Still that it is moving now. So the before is making it dark, and the after, you see here it is dark. When you go in, it's dark. If I remove the before color, if I change this from this to brand wash, you see the color of wash here. So that's why we made it transparent. And if I change this to wash blue, you should see the blue color. So I use the dark instead. So that's what make it okay. So this is it for the I think we are done with the company section. So we're going to move on to the next section. Look at the future section. So let's go over to Figma and look at how the future section look like. So I'm going to go over to the Figma. So it's looking good in the desktop view. So let's come to the Figma and then look at the feature section. If you look at the feature section, we have the two card. If you look at it here, we have the two card. If you come to work swiftly like never before, and these two card I've already downloaded them. Is in if you go to the GitHub URL, let me load this. And if you come here, we should see. Uh, let's go to public folder and let's click on assets. There are images. So let's click on images. You should see chat banner and documents banner. So this is the chat banner, and this is the documents banner. So we're going to work on this one before we move to trusted by all. So let's go over to our code. So let's go there. So the next thing I'm going to do, can you just quickly create let me copy this and then paste it here again, and let's call this feature section. Feature section. You can add in your section here. So I'm going to create a new feature section. So let me come to components and let me create that. So let me create a boilerplate React component and let's import the feature section. So this is for people that are using the React framework. So let me import the feature section. So the feature section, let's go into the feature section. We have to create in a section here. Let me close this. So I'm going to come in here and let's add in the section first. So I'm going to add in a section and I'm going to bring in the class I'm going to use here. So I'm going to create a section here, and a section there. I'm going to bring in a class here. So the class here I'm going to use is full width. I'm going to set the small axis empty 120 pixel. So top flex specify center, item center, and then flex column. So I'm going to use column for it. So the next thing I want to do is I want to add in I've not actually talked about this too. I need to add in the blur. So if you look at Figma, if you go over to Figma, let's go over to Figma. And then if you look at you can look at, we have like a blur background here that is showing here. So that is what I'm going to do next. Is I'm going to show the blur background here. So it's I think it's absolute. It's showing above and behind the text. So let's go to our code and let's that. Let's go to our code and that's what I'm going to come down here. Let's remove this section. Let's see. So I'm going to add this inside here. So what this does is I'm saying, okay, class name, I want it to be 60%. I'm adding blur. So blur is 120 pixel, rounded, full, height 32. So remember, background, brand, primary, purple. And I'm saying an opacity of 0.9. And I'm saying, okay, I want the index to be behind the text. That's why I use -10. Then top 56, 14 RM and absolute. If I save that, you see it displaying below. You can see it is displaying below. So the blur made it to be more lighter up here. So I'm going to now bring in my title section. Remember, I've created a component, the title items here. So I can use it here. So let me use it here. Let me import that. So let me save that. We should see the text to appear here. So I'm using a peel feature. more sweetly than ever before. And I'm using a subheading. You see why it is small. That's why I added the subheading. If you go to the title components which I created, you can see that I added a subheading that if there's a subheading, you should use this. That's why I reduce the height, the font. And if there's no subheading, you should use this. So let's go to the feature section. And now the next thing to do now, the last thing to do is to show our images here. So the images is gonna be normal because I want them to float to absolute. So I'm going to bring them here and I'm going to add a div. So let me explain this. So I want them to be centered to the position to the center. So I'm going to say maximum width to 4. The large should be maximum width 55%. So when on small it should be 100%. When large it should be 55%. Height still 50. Then from small upward it should be minimum. That is the minimum width. It's for small. The responsiveness, I mean. So the height is going to be 490 pixel flex, right center. Let me bring it flex column. So from small upward it should be flexible. Then justify center. Margin top to 2.5. That is margin 10. Empty 10. Small. We should have padding bottom to 18 rem. Then relative. So I'll save that and I'm going to bring in a particular div again. So for each of the I want to add in a border around it, like a frame around each of the image. So this is the frame. It's it's not hard. So let me explain it here. So I'm saying, okay, I want this Z10 flex and I've given it a width. So on large is the 500 pixel height, justify center, item center. So this is also shift relative, and on small it should be absolute. From small upward it should be absolute. It should be relative on phone. Then it should be small absolute. Like from small minimum of 64 pixel. You can see it for the responsiveness upward. Then top 0, left 0, small margin left 0, rounded to x, then 2xl, which is the border radius 1 rem. Then the border 4. Then I choose the color border wash purple 300 and the border opacity to 10. So once I save that, you should see the border is showing here. You can see that it's showing the color here. You can see the color. So I'm going to bring in the image. So let me bring in the image, the chat image. So let me go here and then let me put here. So let me import both the image and the so I'm going to add them inside here. Let me paste this inside. So I'm going to save that and it should show. So because this is on some small screen or medium, that's why it's showing small. I'm going to show you one on larger desktop. So I'm going to do for the second one, the second image. We're going to also use the same styling. So you on your own you can use the reusable styling that I've taught you earlier on, but we're having the same styling. So this is why we always complain you can use reusable for this. So I'm going to import the image. I'm going to bring in the image. So let me add in the image and let's bring in the image. So dock panel, I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to pass that here. So once I scroll down, you can see the image. I think it's not on other medium, is not positioning well. Let me see that. Let's preview that on desktop. We're going to fix this later on. I don't know why it's not showing. So let me try and resize this and let's see on mobile view. Mobile view is not working. Let's see the cost of it. Minimum install 50 years. Large 500 years. Okay. Let's look at it on the desktop view. Let's see it here. Okay, it's positioned here properly. It's positioned here properly. If you look at it. But I think it's a smaller view, it's having an issue. So let's move on. We're going to look at the responsiveness. I'm going to fix all those stuff, all those responsive issues. So let's go back to the code and then let's continue. So I think the problem here for the mobile view, let's fix this. So the problem here for the mobile view, it should be the wait, let me see, let me set this to 90, 90%. Yeah, we can see as it's showing. Let me say from let me give this full small. And I give it 80. Let me give it 70. Okay. It works. It's better than this. So this is 55 and this is 80. So a small screen is making sense. So that is it for the future section. When I'm very smaller screen, it will be it will not be floating like it should be relative. So I think because it's not yet on smaller screen, that is why. So that's it for future. So let's move on to the next section. So let's look at the testimonial section. So the same way I did the other one, I'm going to just copy this and then come here and then let's call this testimonial. So testimonial section. So let's create the component for that. I'm going to just place this section. Let me import that into the page. I'm going to import that into the page. Let me import that. Okay. So let's look at the Figma and then look at what we are going to do in the testimonial section. So let's go over to the Figma and then let's come to the Figma. So the testimonial section, we have what we call a trusted by, and we have some card sliding from this is sliding towards the end and sliding towards the right. So we're going to also use our reusable component, which is the title. This one has the subheading. So let's go to the code. So in the code, I'm going to go into my testimonial section and let me close this. So let's start to work on the testimonial. I'm going to add in a section. I'm going to add in some class there. So let me add in section on the class. Let me add in section here. I'm going to add in a class inside here. So this class is just giving a full width. I think it's basically the same thing with the features. So I'm going to say full width, giving it a parenthesis and also a margin top 20 pixel, flex, justify center, item center, flex column, and relative. So I'm going to bring in the that blur. Let's add it the blur. background color so that we have that circle background color again around it, around for the. So also the same thing again for the title. You can just copy that from the features. So just copy that from the features and then let's paste that here inside here. So I'm going to change this to item and import that. But I'm using the, I think I'm using the same thing. This is the same thing with the features. Let's check the features. Let's see. Yeah, the same thing with the features. Same thing with the features. So let me go back to testimonial, and if I save that, we can see trusted by all. So this is basically it for the testimonial heading. So we're going to look at the card. So for the card, we're going to bring in a component, a div first. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to put in a div. So inside the div, we have full width, margin top 10, px left and right 4, from small towards from the minimum screen of 640 pixel to the upper screen, flex column, overflow x hidden, and overflow visible. So this is for the slider. I'm going to now bring in so the dummy users. So I'm going to create a folder where I pass in these dummy users. I'm going to create a folder for that. Let's come here and let's add in. Let me add in a folder here. I'm going to call this constant. I'm going to create an index.tx. I'm going to paste this here. So all these things is a GitHub repository. So you can get the dummy user there. So and I'm using. Let me go back to the component section and let me put this in. So we're going to look through. It's the same way we did for the logos. We're going to do the same thing for this. So I'm going to from here and I'm going to paste this. I'm going to remove some things first so that we get this properly. I'm going to bring in div and I'm going to put in close this and save this. So I'm just setting the index here and I'm going to add in some class. So this class is kind of tricky. So what I did here was, okay, let me just remove this first. So now this Tailwind merge is to merge Tailwind classes together, just like the way the class that I removed. So we need to install this Tailwind merge in our business. So this will help you anytime you're using Tailwind CSS and you want to merge, you want to do like a check if certain things you should add this style or not. So you can use the table mesh to do that. I'm going to add table mesh, and table mesh is a dependency, not a dev dependency. Then let me add it npm. Add this. Let me npm install table mesh. So not only table mesh we're going to install, we're going to install another package called CLX. So this is just to able to add. I'll just show you. You can add and CSS to it without using the. Let me import this first. So if you look at the way I did the layout, let me go back to layout and show you why the last CLX is good for import. If you see where I did this, I'm using this flow to do it. So I can just come here, simply use the CX. Let me see what if a package we install. Okay, CLX, yeah. Then I can just do like this, and I can come here and add this directly to it. Remove this. I can copy these styles, remove all this, and come here and put in, and you should see the function of this CLX package. So you just combine it with JavaScript class. So you make it work easy, and you don't need to start to write in. Let me put in it. So you don't need to start to use the other way around. So this way is better, it's cleaner. Yeah. So that's why I installed this package. So the other one is just to merge CSS, Tailwind CSS together. So let me bring in that. So I'm going to, since we have installed that, let me go over and bring in the style. Okay, it's quite much. I'm going to explain the whole style for you. So let me come here and let me paste that. Oh, I didn't import this thing well. Let me remove all this. Let me bring everything completely. Let me bring everything completely. Paste that. Okay. Please. So let me import this CSS from. So what I did here was to set this margin top, flex no wrap, Bapsis, self start to align self to beginning. So now I have an object here inside the CLX, so where I can perform some check. So I said, okay, if index is equals to 1, low row reverse. Then I asked, okay, this is the way to use animate in Tailwind CSS. You say animate slide 250 pixel. You can see my mouse. You see showing here animate slide 250 50 linear infinity. So you see the same thing with the one we did here. This animate 15 slide linear infinity. What we did here. So it's just the same thing. So I'm saying it true. True. Then for the reverse version of it, infinity reverse, I'm saying, okay, if index equals to 1, then it should reverse. So this will be the index 0, why this will be the index 1. Then also when it's index 1, let ML be 100 VW. Let 100 be VW. And here I said, okay, merge this style when anyone that goes through with the hover pause. I'm going to save that, and that is going to work yet because we've not done the remaining, we've not done the looping. So I'm going to loop through the card. So and then let me loop through this. Let me import the user from constant. So not to share. So I want to create a UI component where I'll use I can reuse the testimonial card. So it's very simple. Like so that you can be able to get clear of it. I'm going to just very simple. So I'm going to create a component. You can use it inside here, but I just want to create a component so it will be more cleaner. I'm going to set this to X. I'm going to, so this is the testimonial card. So inside the testimonial card, I'm going to bring in some things here which I can set from outside. Let me paste this here. This is very simple. I'm going to just import the React and explain everything for you. So this is just the class name, the header, card header, card body, and the footer. So what I'm going to do here is to create the whole body here. So it's very simple. I'm going to just bring in some style, and we're going to also use the CLX to combine these styles. So I'm going to paste this here, and let me import this. So let me explain this. So I created like a card component where I can pass in the card header, I can pass in the card body, and I can pass in the card footer. All these are components, like their React node. So what I did here was to add in so I add in flex colon relative string 0. I've set the width of the card, the height of the card, the padding, the border radius, the background gradient to top from bottom to top. So the from is this, the toe is this, and I also set the from percentage to 0 and the top percentage to 100%, the toe percentage, the toe to 100%. So if I save that, and I also pass in the class name. So let's go over to here, and we're going to use the card so that everything works well. So I'm going to bring in something inside here. I'm going to explain everything I'm doing inside here. So I'm going to paste this inside here. Let me comment this image. Let me import this. So the name, I use the name because the name is unique from the dummy data. Then I say, okay, let the class header be flex item center tab 4. They have, I said, I just gave it a name. This is not any class that we say have. I just to identify that this is about a width system, height system, rounded full. And I also put in the padding one, border one, background watch purple 500. So let me bring in the image. Let me go and import it from. Let me import this from title. Let me see, title has. Okay, let me import it here. Let me save this. So I've added this image. The reason why it's working here is I set it inside the Next.js config. If you look at the Next.js config, I have the domain here. So if I don't pass the domain, then CSS will throw an error here. So let me go back here and explain it more. So I set the avatar, the width system rounded full border, and then gave it a background color. Then I set the width and height of it, the same thing with the 64 pixel. So then I gave it a title, the H5 inside the card header. So the card header, we have the H5 has the background, the text color, the text side, and then the line height. Then the P tag has the class name of a neutral 7. This is the custom color and an italic. Then the card body has the text wash purple 800, text system pixel, and empty4. You'll be wondering why the card is sliding. Why the card is sliding is because of this. So because of the slide here, remember we have added a slide keyframe here in the global. If I comment these keyframes, if you're commenting for the slide will not work. So that is it for the testimonial section. And we can go over it and then look at it. Everything is it's not that tough, it's very simple. So you can go over it. The code, if you're confused or have any issue, you can put that in the comment section. And you can also visit the GitHub repository. Make sure to also give the GitHub a star And let's move on to the next section. The next section we're going to look at is the pricing section. So let's go over to the Figma and look at how the UI look like. So for the Figma, let's look at this first. Let's scroll down first, and everything's looking fine here. So for the Figma, if you scroll down here, you should see it has no sub, no sub, no subheading, and we have this card here which shows the pricing. So we're having like the basic, premium, and enterprise. So there's some information that I have here for this card. If you come to the GitHub URL and come to where we have components, click on the pricing section. We should see you can just copy all this enum and then copy the is. So let me copy them. And once you copy them, you can just go over to the code and paste them with the enum. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create in a section for here, pricing section. Your TX. I'm going to paste that inside here. It's asking for the so I will copy that and paste that now. Let me get the let me paste it. So let me get a pricing section. Let's come over to page and then let me add it here. Okay. So we've added the pricing section here. Let's go over to our code and let's add in this section. So very simple. We're going to just get in the section the same way with the title. So I'm going to bring it in because we need to do quick. So let me change this and use anything. So let's go down. You should see the special limited item. So with full, let me bring this here like this. So I've set the PXCs MT 200 flex justify center item center. All these things say the same thing with the testimonial. There's the same thing with testimonial. Then also the title here is the same 60. Okay, so it's having 60% and 100% on large. So I've set the is curve to false because I don't need it. And now the next thing to do is the card. We are going to have to look through the card items and show the card. So now I'm going to paste in the div that will wrap the card for us. So I'm going to say, okay, I want it to have a full width and maximum width to be 20 RM, so extra small. Flex colon reverse. So it should reverse. Then on large, it should just be row. While on small, it should colon reverse. Flap 4, justify center. From small upward, item stretch, margin top 14 and MX auto. So once I save that, the next thing we are going to do now is to bring in our card. So before we do anything on our card, I'm going to have to create a new UI component called pricing card. So before I do that, let me paste this. So let's go over to our component UI and create a pricing tag, a pricing card. Simply the same. It's actually the same thing with the testimonial card, but quite different. So I'm going to just let's create a boilerplate code, and then let me move this and let me press it and save that. So once I save that, we need to start to create structure. Just the same thing with the testimonial card. I would have just separated it. I would just use the same component. I don't know why I even use it. Let me bring it in. I think the colors are different. The styling are different. So I'm just going to bring it in. Yeah, the styling is different. The height and everything is different. So I'm going to just paste it in like this. And let me import the CLX. Okay. Let me import the FC React. So our pricing card is complete. The same thing. Let me just show you the styling. So I'm using flex colon gap for relative shrink 0, width 300, height 320, 328, px 30 pixel, py 25 pixel, and the height with 0.5 opacity. So you can see it. Let's go back to our let's import our card. Let's import the card. So I'm going to import it and I'm going to set it with a style here. I'm going to let's that. Let me import this style. Let me import the card from UI and let's import let me import the CLX. So I said it listen. So let me scroll down to where it is. We can see the card is showing. So what I did here was I said okay, let it has a border 1 pixel around the background blur 3XL relative. Then I'm using a check here. I said border banner primary purple show. If it's a premium price plan, you can show the border primary color. But if it's none, you can show the border with this color. So when it is not a premium color, I mean a premium plan, it should not show the just so to identify. So we can show the customer the one that is the one that is active that has the blue or purple border should be the one they should buy or they should select. So I'm going to add in the other like the header. Let's bring in the header and so I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to bring in the fragments. I'm going to bring in the glass box. So let me import the glass box here. Let me shift this into up. So what we did there was to say, okay, the div class is full. So we'll now do a check. If the plan is primary, it should show the uh, blur, that blur background again with 100% blur 120 rounded full height 56 background color purple is 0.8 and to hide the blur background behind the text top 44 and absolute. Then I add the absolute of the glass box which identify that okay, this is a premium and this is the active one to select top center, and then I set the name of this. If you scroll up and let's look at this, and you see the plan, the type name, basic duration, price, and then description and the features. So the premium here is having its own features and the type name is premium. Likewise, the enterprise. So once I scroll down and I look at this, you should see that everything look fine. And if I scroll down, you should see that the blur background is shown under the for the premium. And now let's bring in the remaining parts of it, like the body. So I'm going to bring in the body. The body is quite big. So I'll just explain everything. So I'm going to bring in the body here. So the body, we are just setting flex item center, text small, text neutral, 6 with the dollar sign. So I'm just using this to just put the dollar sign. If you look at the Figma, you should see the dollar sign. It's different from the size of the dollar sign is different from the price. And the price now, I'm checking if it's a duration monthly. Yeah, let me scroll up and look at the duration monthly in a monthly yearly. If it's a duration monthly, show slash MO. If it's duration yearly, show MYR. If you look at it here, the premium is monthly. The basic does not have a duration, and the price has yearly. Then I add in a class description. Then I add in the button. So the button is simply white space, no wrap, full width, height 42. Then I add in the uh, margin top, the same way I did for the other button. I use the button as the border. So I add in the gradient from and pro, and I add in a rounded 15. So I use this here as the main button. I use the black, I use the gradient for these two again. I flex item center, grab justify center, width full, height full, rounded 15 pixel. Then the gradient is to top out, that is top right. You can see it up. Then I added the black form and the toe, the custom color and opacity of 0.05. Text 17 pixel flex normal and text color to a custom color. Then I said, okay, if it's enterprise, just contact us and others should get started. So you can see contact us, get started, and get started. So everything's working fine. So the last one on the list is the footer. So I'm going to bring in the footer. The footer just shows the list of features that each of them has. So I'm going to paste that here. And I'm going to say, okay, if you look at, before I go down, you can look at the data. You see we have highlight feature, everything free, everything free plus, and this one does not have highlight features. So when I scroll down and let's look at it, we should see the tag is having flex and font normal, text 14 pixel, text white, MB4, and the highlight feature. The URL we have font normal, flex, MB2, flex color, VAP 3, and then we have the features, plan features here, feature index. We have the flex. So for the features, if you scroll up and let's see the features, we have a list of string inside all of them. So I'm going to come in and look them through. So I looked them through plan features, and I set a list of them with flex item center. Then I use text analysis and then text 15 pixel, and I add in an icon and the feature, which is a string. Then once I save that, okay, sure, you can see it now. It's showing my list of items here. So UL, you can see the gap I added to UL. Then the list is been so. Let's look at it in the desktop view and then see how it look like. So let me click here and let it load. And if I scroll up, it's looking beautiful. So that's it for the pricing section. We're going to talk about the call to action section before we look at the footer and navbar. So let's move on to the call to action. So let's move on to the call to action section, like I said before. So if you come down to the Figma, let's open the Figma and let's wait for it to load. So I'm going to wait for it to load. So if you look at the Figma, we should see the the call to action section, and it's just only this thing that is left. So let's go over to the code and let's look at how to work on that. So I'm going to create in a new section. So let me go here and then let me create that inside here. Let me paste in this. Let me copy this and let's see. So let me go into the page and let's add that. Let me add in the comments here. And so let's work on inside the call to action section. So let me close this. So I'm going to bring in, as quick as possible, I'm going to bring in the section again, the same way we did it for others. So I'm going to bring in that, paste it here, and with height 550 pixel, left and right bottom, we have the small pixel 6x6 margin top 120 pixel flex, justify center, item center, flex column, and relative. So that is it for the section. I'm going to bring in a div for the so this one is going to wrap the entire item and position it to the center. So those text should be in the center. So that's why I added this div. So we have the flex column, justify center, item center, text center, maximum width 90%. So for medium above, it should be 60%. Then for XL extra large, should be 550 pixel for the maximum width. So I'm going to bring in the title, and you know the title required a curve. So what I want to do here is that I'm not going to use the its curve line there. So I'm going to create a separate one for it. So let me come down here and let me paste this here. I'm going to bring in the title. So I'm not using the pew here. I'm using this curve here. So I'm going to go into my title and bring in that curve. I'm not using the curve that I use inside here. So let me bring it in here and let me import it here. So let me import it here. So this is a relative height fit content, then be part of the future, then unleash the power of, let me break it, unleash the power of AI within Reft AI, upgrade for productivity with blah blah blah. So this cover, I set it absolute and I set the bottom to 55, right 60, mediums right 7, large right 40. Once I save that and I look at it, you should see that it's been positioned here. So the last thing to do is to put in the button, which is the call to action. So I'm going to use the same way we always do the button, where we use the button to replace uh, the border. So I'm going to come down here and add that. So I'm going to add that here. So let me bring in the icon from the assets. So when I scroll down, you can see that, let me comment this. We are using the same thing here. So I'm using width. I'm setting the width for this button 20, 40, height 240 pixel, height 16 for 64 pixel, padding 1, rounded 15, border radius 15, gradient to right from brand primary purple to brand primary blue, background opacity 30. So if I open this, I set this to black, and I set this to flex item center and then gap 3, specify center width, height 100%, rounded 15 pixel. We have the font medium, we have a text brand and brand wash purple. So once I save that and I scroll, we should see the button showing here. Let me add in, I don't know why it seems to showing. Let me copy it and paste it again and see. Okay, yeah. Or let me add in a margin here. Margin top 5. Okay. So this is better. So I think we've looked at the call to action. Everything is looking okay. So let's look at the desktop view. Let's look at the desktop view. So I'm going to click here and then let me scroll and let's see how it looks like. So it's looking great even on the desktop view. So what is left is the nav bar and the footer. So we're going to look at the nav bar next. So let's go over to the code and then look and work. We're going to create in a new component called the nav bar. So I'm going to come down here. It's called the I'm going to call the navigation bar. I'm going to come down inside the component and I'm going to name it navigation bar. So I'm going to create a UI for it. Should I create a UI a component? So let me create a UI for it instead. So I'm going to call this navigation bar and I'm going to import it. So before I import it, let me carry it here from here and let me go into the layout. So it's into the layout, I'm going to add it. So I'm going to add it into the layout and I'm going to add the footer inside the layouts too. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to let me close this and let me add the navigation bar. So I'm going to set this div. I'm going to put the class name to wait for. I'm going to save that. And if I scroll up, you see the navigation bar here. So let's go into our navigation bar and let's add in some items there. And inside the navigation bar, I'm going to copy and paste some menus. You can see it in the GitHub repository in the description. So I'm going to paste in this. So this is just the menus here, and whether it has a child or not. So I'm going to bring in I'm going to creating an element called a nav. So here it's going to be nav. So let me explain this for you. So what I did here was I set the position to stick at the top of 0, and I set the z index to 99999, so it to be on top. Then set the background color to brown, just the same way with the body color. And I set the width full, the px size padding left and right 43 pixel, padding Y 12 pixel, height 79 pixel, flex justified between item center and I give it a border. So I'm going to save this and let's see. It should reflect, you should see the border there, and that's drop the item down. So inside here, I'm going to add in my logo. So I'm going to add in a link with text, with the image logo. So I'm going to move this navbar and I'm going to add it here. So I'm going to import the link and the logo with images. So I'm going to scroll up here and let me paste this here. So this will show my logo here. Okay, the logo has appeared here. So the next thing to show now is my items here. I'm going to add in a div here. This div is going to only show when it is large. So it's hidden on mobile view. So I'm going to show you on mobile view how it can look like. So I'm going to also show the list because I want to look through the items. I'm going to put in the list here, and the list is also just flex item center gap 6, that's 24 pixel. Padding left and right, padding Y 0.87, like 14 pixel for each top and bottom. Then rounded to 30 pixel, border with 1 pixel and the border close. So I'm going to save that and we should see that. So now is to show the looping. I'm going to loop through the item and show it here. So let me import the arrow. So I'm going to scroll up and let me import it here. So once I do that, you should see the item here, and then I set the items to auto, which auto text white, text 16 pixel font normal. Then the link I set it width and flex because I also check that if it has child, like if it has child false, if it has child true. So if it has child true, so it just show the drop down, the arrow drop down there. So that's why I use that. Then once I do that, the next thing I'm going to do is just to list out the button. So I'm going to just list out the button here. So these buttons are the buttons that are going to stay at the right. We have the left and right. So the login and sign up. The login is just simply a text. I'm just using a text here, text white, and then you can see it here. Flex item centered height, text system pixel font normal and text height. Then the button I'm using for the sign up, I'm using this where I'm using the gradient. I'm going to put in the from and to. Let me bring them closer so we can see them clearly. So we have the flex item height 10, text 16 pixel, white space no wrap. So and then I add the padding so to show the border, and I showed background gradient from, and then there's the background gradient towards the right. Then I add the beginning color and the ending color with 50 opacity and rounded to 15 pixel. So once I add this here, added the flex item. Let me bring it back. So the flex item, then I set the padding X to indicate height full, rounded 15, text 16 pixel, background black, font normal, text white, background gradient to T and top right, and from black to this custom color with the opacity of 0.2. So once I save that, we have this here. So I'm going to let's preview it on the desktop and see how it look like on desktop view. So let's go over to here, and then if you look at it, it's looking good. It's looking good. You can see the navbar and the border around it. So the last thing to do, and when we scroll, we see that it sticks to the top the background color of the dark brown dark. So when we scroll down, it will mean the footer. And let's work on the footer next because that is the last thing we're going to discuss. So let's go over to the code and let's work on the footer. So the footer, we're going to use some items, menus that we need to import from the constants on the GitHub URL. So I'm going to import my own here. You can just go over to the GitHub and import that from the contacts folder. So I'm going to go over to my own here and then I'm going to import that. So it's just the footer menu. And this is how it should be like. It should be like this. So this is how it should be like, platform support and all like that. So once you save, we need to create a component which I'll call it the footer. Let me come here and let me create it inside the UI. .ts. So let me copy this and go into the layout. So I'll go into layout and let me just paste it inside here. So that should set. If you scroll down, we should see the footer showing there. So let's go into the footer component and let us complete this. So I'm going to bring in a div. So the div is going to be the top one and the second one. So there are two div and I'm going to explain them both. So let me comment this one. So this is going to be the one that takes the full width. That takes the full width with the height and the margin top with bottom border and the color. So once I save that, you should see the color is showing here, border color. So this will not be the one that center the items. So that's why we have the maximum width 90. So we see we have the maximum width full on mobile, large to have 90% px 30 pixel, large px 103, and then top 100 and margin x auto. So the next thing I'm going to do is to bring in my logo and some text. So I'm going to paste it inside here and I'm going to go into my navbar and import all those things here. Let me bring everything inside here. Let me bring everything inside here and let me paste it inside here. Then we remove the drop down and everything should be set. So what I did here was to just show the logo and then the same way I did in the navbar, I have width, shrink, zero, flex, justify, start, and add the logo. Then the text I said width and then flex number. I can use the line clamp to one and it should work. So let me remove it. So this is it. So the next thing I'm going to do next is just to look through the footer menu. I'm going to just copy that and paste that and should get done with that. So let's do it full. Okay, do it full. Let me see. Let me paste it inside here and let me explain it. So I'm going to import the footer menu. Remember, the footer menu is in the contact folder. I'll show you guys where it is. So the first thing I did here was to say, okay, let's set a width for and then flex wrap, start item start and pt 10. So pt 10. So I'm telling this, okay, I want to create a div around it. So I'm going to look through a UL because the items in the footer menu. If you go over to the constant, you should see that it has different children. So I'm using UL to represent all of them. So let me go into my footer again and let's see. So my UL, you see I'm setting basis here. Flex basis to 33. Activity on large, it should be 0. Then the flex one. Remember, flex one is grow, shrink, and base. So I'm also showing base 2 here. So I'm setting my title here to 18 pixel. And the title is, if you go inside the constant, you see the title here. This is the title. Then the footer, you should see the title has the font semi-bold, text white. Then I look through the items, give it a margin bottom 2. The link should be 15 pixel, text white with 0.9 opacity and font normal. So once I save that, so the item, if you go over to the constant, you see title inside the item. So the title here. So let me go to the footer back and then let's look at how it is. So this is how it is on mobile view. So let's preview it on desktop view and then so let me scroll to the bottom and let's see how it look like. So this is how it look like on mobile view and on desktop view, I mean. So it's looking great. It's looking great. So this is how it look like. And so we've completed everything we want to do on the landing page, and this is great work. Great landing page. You can also practice with it, and I believe that you've already understand how Tailwind CSS works. So, all right, Tailwind CSS make writing CSS faster and easy. No need for countless back and forth like the way we use normal CSS file. So you can try Tailwind CSS in your next project and let me know in the comment section what you think. So thanks for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe if you found this video helpful. Share this video, comment, ask me question in the comment section. Also give the channel GitHub repository, GitHub URL link a star to the GitHub repository, and remember to also subscribe to the channel for more updates. New update is coming very soon. Peace and